All right, everybody, welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, November the 8th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. I guess we had a problem with the screen sharing. It said it was on, but I guess it's on now. So first of all, most of you can see my screen, and I'm assuming you can hear me now. Make sure of that too. I need a couple of yeses. Thank you. All right, well, guys, there is a ton of stuff happening today. EVs and crypto, and even to a certain extent, the cannabis plays are all hot, but especially EVs and crypto. EV, of course, with the infrastructure bill, I think I read somewhere, again, I think it's done, but $7.5 billion over 5 years devoted to EV. So, the big one this morning, not that it's a big known name or anything like that, but because of the float, PPSI up huge amount. 88% right now. Look at that float, 4 million in the float. So I actually was toying with the idea of getting this one right around here, but I just, I don't know, I just sort of waited too long, I guess. The one that I'm really ticked off at, though, is the EHTH. EHTH is an earnings play, and I don't know what was happening, because I don't know if you guys were trying to short this one earlier. A ton of shorts available at Interactive Brokers, so that was not the issue. But the bid ask at one point it was the same, which is kind of strange. And then all of a sudden it just gapped right down, and I just couldn't get it. I was trying to get it right about here at 32, and it went all the way down to 23. That would have been a marvelous start to the day. But anyway, we'll see what happens. EHTH is an earnings play, and massive gap down. Blink, so I'm going to go over a few of these, but you can almost pick your EV play. But Blink, BLNK, that's the first one I saw this morning. I'm going to go over a few of the other. I already mentioned the PPSI. There are other ones, of course. LAC is another one. LAC, lithium, LAC. And EVGO, another one, had a press release. I think it did have some kind of a little PR also, EVGO. Several grants from the Pennsylvania DEP for fast charging stations. So anyway, lots of activity. Infrastructure in general, look at CLF. They actually had some news, I think, after hours on Friday. And I think and according to what I'm reading, it's also one of the meme stocks today. And US Steel, X, another nice gap up for it. And no, this is nothing to do with infrastructure, EV, but AUTL is up. And what I'm reading is a $250 million investment by Blackstone. So that is gap that one way up here through the 200-day moving average. Jobs, JOBS was gapping down. At first I thought it was an earnings play, but I guess it's something to do with they're going private, and whatever they came up with, maybe they're not, maybe they are, maybe they can't find somebody to take them over. I didn't have the time to really dive into it, but anyway, Jobs is down still. China play. This one has driven me nuts. I feel foolish for not having this as one of the very few swing trades that I may have taken. IONQ, and it just keeps marching up higher and higher and higher. I've mentioned this one several times, probably 5 or 6 times, and usually what I say, it's a tough intraday trader, which it is, because it can be really whippy up and down. But as a longer term hold, or several week hold, look what it's done. So IONQ, I don't see any specific news for it. Peloton, PTON, was a earnings play on Friday, and I think it is gapped down below the low of Friday. Yes, it has. It is down another 4%. McAfee, I see MCFE, that was halted because of news, and it just opened. It just opened. Soars 20% on sales talks with Advent International. I don't know what that means exactly, but and CHPT, just another one of the, again, these, I'm just sort of picking off some of these EV plays. CHPT. Okay, so it is a 26 potential buyout. Okay, thank you. CHPT, ChargePoint, another one of the EV plays. Should go over the trade of the week. The trade of the week is for Solar, FSLR. And it's a more expensive one. And it's already gapped above the suggested entry, so which was 117.60. Big stop, 111.50. $6 stop basically, but I guess they're looking at, he was looking at the potential. There's really not that much resistance. It's almost an all-time high, but it has gapped up above the suggested entry. How you trade this will be up to you. You want to wait for it to come back. It may or may not. All right, let me take a look at some of the upgrades and downgrades this morning. Very active morning. Very active morning. One I forgot to mention was Coty, C-O-T-Y. There are actually a few more earnings plays than I thought there'd be this morning. There are quite a few. Coty is one of them, C-O-T-Y, and it's gapped up 9%. A lot of volume. It's a big float, but it's a big gap up. All right, now I'll take a look at the upgrades and downgrades this morning from briefing.com. Just a few more to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now from briefing.com. Interesting. With the marijuana stock sort of popping. Boy, CGC is a couple of downgrades for CGC. Whoa, got to watch this DCPH, guys. Might want to, oh shoot, just a second, I've got it not in caps. Maybe you want to put a DCPH up. I see there are 3 downgrades for it. And I see 3 downgrades for CGC. Blue, that was the one that was all down all day on Friday. I think it was an earnings play. Morgan Stanley has downgraded it again. All right, guys, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. I want to throw a DCPH up and see what it's doing right now, DCPH. See if it's an earnings play or what's going on with it. So it's not an earnings play. So it had earnings on the 2nd. So there was a reaction to earnings. No, that's not right. So earnings were on the 2nd. So I can't really remember what happened to this one. I guess this was a what happened put this in late stage trial failure probably. I'm just trying to look here. Also though, CGC, you're getting hit by about 3 or 4 analysts downgrading it. Lovely morning. I'll take your word for it, Big O. Pitch black out here. I hope everybody remembered to turn back the clocks on, well, I guess technically Sunday morning at 2 o'clock. Okay, just looking at some of the other, see if anything else is sneaking in here. All right, let's take a look at the sectors before the market opens. We're going to go from our toolbar. I'm going to click on New and then Doc Channel Bar and then Sector Status. We're in for a pretty positive open. The SPY is up, I see. So let's take a look. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, ETFs for the major sectors. So for instance, here's energy, XLE, every single stock that makes up this sector is up from Friday's close. That's what that 100% means. Technology, 81%, financials, wow, 94%. So there is no really, I mean, you could call healthcare right now as kind of the weak sector. Only 63% of them are up. Okay, and then the utilities, but you know, of course, this can change once this market opens. But very positive open with all the major sectors are up. And of course, the concentrations on EV plays, infrastructure plays, and crypto, BITO. And I'm just going to take a look at the crypto ETF. Of course, I can take a look at individual stocks. I saw HUT was up, HUT. HUT was up, Canadian crypto. And of course, Mara. I think Mara's almost at an all-time. No, I guess it won't be an all-time high because of all the reverse splits. But yeah, so it's only almost halfway there. But you know, there's Mara. I'm sure Riot is doing the same thing. Tornadoes, wow. Okay, what else? I'm just checking. Sava, guys. Sava probably still going to be super active today, hanging around that 93 mark. Little bit of a pop up here. It did get up to 100. It touched 100 on Thursday. All right, I'm just looking at a few other ones I didn't mention. China education stock, GOTU. I see that it is up. I have my doubts it's going to maintain, but there it is. Not there. GOTU, sorry. It is up. I don't see any specific news on it. Actually, I do see some news on it. So not just that one, but TAL and okay, China tutoring firms TAL, etc., EDU, and GoTo surge on report of resumption of after-school tutoring. Okay. So they may. Let's take a look at TAL. edu. Yeah, so there is activity with them. I don't know. I just have my doubts they're going to sustain, but at least I'll draw your attention to them. Here's another one. I didn't see this one really. I think what happened is by the time I was looking, it was down here. But TLIS granted FDA emergency use authorization. So another one of those EUAs, and it's probably a pretty low float. TLIS. All right, something to keep an eye on once this market opens. Just give me a moment here. Yeah, so I can give you the link to, I mean, there are two rooms, okay? I mean, they're essentially the same. One is a YouTube room, and then one is what I call the main trading room. This is the link for it. The main trading room is just more active, that's all. I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. And this is the link for it, okay? It's just more active. More traders in there. Okay, this one's been a little bit all over the place. AXSM got all the way down to 33. Don't know what's going on with this one. Okay, this is a bit crazy, guys. This is an earnings play, actually. AXSM is an earnings play. It actually had gapped up. Now we have this huge bottoming tail all the way down to 33. Then it popped right back up. So, pretty hard to guess the direction here of AXSM. Now, if we believe that these bottoming tails really do mean something, I might want to keep an eye on this one, see if that acts as a bit of a magnet later on. Here's another one that I'm hearing. MGI, MoneyGram, announces a $15 million, okay, so a $50 million buyback, a $15 million voluntary term loan principal, etc., etc. So they were pumping out some news this morning, MGI. It's a 81 million, not crazy high, certainly not low. It's been on a real, over the last few weeks. Actually, it hasn't moved that much. I mean, it's from 8 down to 5, which, I mean, it's a big percentage, but anyway, trying to recover a little bit this morning, MGI. And if you look at the daily chart, the highs over here, 547. So it's above that high. The next high looking left is 611. So it's got a little bit of room to the next high. OCGN is active again. I'm just hearing it. OCGN. Another, has been super active, of course. All right, give me one moment, please. What are you talking about with the $30 a month for IB? Just trying to follow some of the posts there. All right, guys. LAC. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how these things hold and going forward, though. Really, I mean, really, it's all about going forward. I mean, this infrastructure bill, EV, crypto. Man, oh man! I mean, there's a solar. I mean, there's so much happening. Let's see this TLIS, see if this is a shortable one for me at Interactive Brokers, and the answer is yes, 140,000. Not that I want to, well, there it was right up here. All right, for those of you following, DWAC putting a little bit of a pop. DWAC for those of you following. All right, one more time, I'll be right back. All right, PPSI, what is PPSI doing right now? Is it kind of resting a little bit? Yeah, kind of resting, guys. I mean, this could, I mean, it's still got room. I don't see where the resistance is. I'm just checking on a weekly chart, 674. 674 is sort of the next highs. I think there's one at 615, 616. What did it get to this morning? Got up to 648, so believe it or not, still has room to go. I'm not saying it's going to. And AUTL is holding here, $250 million investment by Blackstone. That is the news for this one, AUTL. Looks like there's got a lot of resistance right around that 750 to 760 mark and here, so hard to know how much more it can go up. Thank you, William. Yeah, 1 minute to the open, or less than a minute to the open. Well, guys, let's have a great start to this trading week. Ugh, that eHealth. I mean, eHealth could be the one, guys, that's just going to keep drifting down all day. It's an earnings play. I'm so ticked off that I didn't get it right here around $30. I had my order in, and bid ask was going a little bit weird, and I just didn't get a fill. And of course, you know, obviously I could have got a fill here, but you know me, I won't chase it. We're now open, guys. And typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I let things settle down a little bit. And of course we've got virtually any Bitcoin play. BTBT, BITF, or the ETF, BITO. PPSI holding now, guys. Off 6, holding off 6. PPSI. Well, it was. When I saw it, it was right here. SGOC, let's take a look at it. And this is a crazy one too, or can be a crazy one. Always surprises me that it is as crazy as it is, because it's you know, it's not a super low floater. But for whatever reason, it is moving. Tons of stocks are just gapping up, guys. Tons of stocks. Especially EV plays. I mean, again, it's too many. You have Plug, you have Fuel Cell, you have Ballard, you've got EVGO, Lucid, LCID, the aforementioned PPSI. We have PTR, PTRA. I don't think this is a what are they? Business association. So this is a SPAC. No, it is not a SPAC. Okay, so again, EV play, PTRA, EV play. I have to just the urge for me to take some of these things right now, but I'm just resisting it. I just see too many times they go up and down. But this might be the day that all the EV plays just keep going. Though look at PPSI, it poked its head above 6 and now it's down to 575. Now Cron is a cannabis play, and it is moving here. EHTH, I think, just gapped up. Just got halted on the not the gap, didn't gap up, but moved up. Just got halted on the way up. EHTH. Take a look at, I guess we'll call this the ETF. This is for autonomous electric vehicles. DRIV, not very much volume. It doesn't trade very much. That's the issue with it, DRIV. You guys remember when CLF was a trade of the week? I don't think it was last week. Was it maybe within the last 3 weeks? CLF. I think it was a trade of the week. Cody, guys, COTY, earnings play, still strong. Coming into, you would think, some resistance right around here, right around that 1050 mark. If it pops through that, then the next excuse me, the next high on the monthly chart is around 13. This is an earnings play, COTY. Was CLF the last week? Really? Last week. Yeah, nice. Well, again, they're designed for longer term holds, but I don't even know. BLDE, another one, guys, another EV play. Yeah, I did see that it was a meme play, the CLF. So it has that going for it also, and as well as some press releases. Notice nothing on the 10-day daily breakdowns yet, which makes a little bit of sense. Markets, of course, everything is up. Dow's up, NAS is up, SPY's up. But blue is still moving down here, guys. Blue is still moving down. There was another downgrade this morning, all-time low. GOCO moving down. This is okay, so it looks like they have earnings after hours tomorrow. I don't see that they've released early. So, but GOCO moving down. I don't see any other news on it. Then there was Cody up, Cody down. Got up to 1050, moves all the way down to 10. Let's see if it settles down a little bit here. MSOS, what are you? MSOS? Okay, oh, okay, this is interesting. I wonder how this compares to MJ. This is an ETF for the cannabis. I do remember when they launched that. Let me take a look at MJ. I used to always look at MJ. Who has more volume? Okay, MSOS. Maybe MOSS is the way now. MSOS. Certainly a lot more volume. MSOS. It looks quite a bit different from MJ, actually. And here's another EV Playcore, Fisker, FSR, FSR. And Pola, another one, guys. I mean, you know, there's just so many. For me, the interesting thing will be, okay, 15 minutes from now, how are they doing? Are they basing a little bit? Are they dropping? I mean, look at PPSI. I mean, look, it's popped right back up again. Blue continues down here. I saw that in fact, PPSI got halted on that way up. CNEY was halted at 9:36. What time is it right now? If it's a 5-minute halt, so there's a little bit to open. CNE, wow. CNEY though on the way down. Got halted on the way down. So eHealth, this is a long halt now. EHTH, it's an earnings play. And it got halted on the way up on that pop, but it is not a 5-minute halt. Typically these volatility halts are 5 minutes, but this got halted at 9:32 plus 52 seconds, so it is now 9:40, so it might be a 10-minute halt. Usually they're multiples of 5, if not 5 itself. Okay, if you have the AI, you know, you've got a couple of alerts. One of them is interesting to me. Yeah, I do see that. Yeah, I see if it's going to open, I mean, the potential open is around 21.41. Got halted at 28. This is what I'm talking about right here. This is from Interactive Brokers. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So you see the halt for EHTH, and here is the potential of the opening. You can see how it changes. Oh man, blue guys, blue Monday, blue. Well, now this is going to be at least. Oh, wait a minute. If this is going to, if it's going to be a 10-minute halt for EHTH, it'll open in about 40 seconds or so. If it's going to be a 10-minute halt. All right, I'm gonna put EHTH up here to see if it opens. If it opens in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, boom! There it is. So it just opened. Good comeback. Great comeback for it. Now nothing happens in these two windows until at least 9:45. My watch list, I put a delay on any alerts coming in here for at least 15 minutes. Same with my option scanner. All right, PPSI just opened. This is the big one for and POLA, P-O-L-A, another low float. So PPSI and POLA, P-O-L-A, both have very low floats, both EV plays. Oh, blue guys, but right from the get-go, almost blue all the way down. A further downgrade this morning. Well, there, I mean, it's gone. PPSI is just absolutely gone now. PPSI. And we have something from the option scanner. Now, kind of interesting, the DCPH, which had about 3 downgrades this morning. What's the high on Friday? 979. I wouldn't touch it, guys, unless it got above that, to be honest. I know it's from my option scanner, but you know, for all the reasons, I mean, all the reasons why it was down, they're still in effect. But what I'll do is I will put an alert, a price alert at 979. PPSI is not halted now, but man, oh man, what a run. Along with the POLA, POLA, PPSI had some news, okay? Launches eBoost, Smart, etc., etc. So they did have some news, and of course it's in the right sector. And Tile, what is Tile doing? Probably a warrant, GRT, oh, GRWG. Ah, okay, not a warrant. I don't know why I can't see this. Give me a moment here. Here we go. I know some issues with the column widths in this in these builds in the builds with the docks. GRWG, okay, excuse me, of course, cannabis play. Zach mentioned this earlier. All right, I just have to shrink this down a little bit. There we go. This one I'm just showing up on another scanner, STRR. It's only up 6%. Very low float though. I don't know what they do. Medical, electrotherapeutic apparatus manufacturing. Don't see any specific news for it. All right, so we're getting some in my remember, it's a watch list. Doesn't mean when you get the alert you just pile into the trade, but watch to see how it's trading. Oh man, blue, blue, blue. So, from these two here, my bias has always been to really concentrate on the ones breaking down. I'm going to try a little bit more today to take a look at the ones that are breaking up on a 10-day basis. It's just that the ones that are breaking down on a 10-day basis just seem to just utter collapse. And witness the blue. Revlon, is this Revlon? REV? Okay, sorry, so this is XPDI, sorry, I'm just looking at Revlon, REV. Why are you up? REV, actually a nice little red bar ignored in the 5-minute chart. Straight up, what's had a nice few days, Revlon. I don't know if it's bound, I know Coty is in the same sector, COTY. Had earnings on the 5th, okay. I don't recall really seeing any big deal about Revlon on the 5th. But I guess it was. I mean, here it is. I don't really recall seeing Revlon on Friday. But it was a nice gap, and it's continuation on earnings. Maybe. you might think you're kidding, but it's very possible. Regarding the REV, must be an EV play. The kids don't know Revlon. Stranger things have happened. Okay, so things have settled down a little bit. Now let's see if we get some decent setups. Fat Boy, I see, or Fat Boy, Fat Brands, whatever you want to call it, has gapped, a little bit of a gap down, but it resumed. I guess it was halted at 1841. A little bit of a pop. And Bwen, I know Aja in our YouTube room mentioned Bwen, B-W-E-N. Again, solar, EV. 356 was the high. Looking left, it's broken out of that, a little bit above that now. BWEN. You mean like that? Okay, so some of these cannabis plays. The cannabis plays, there's ACB. I gotta see CGC. After had about 4 or 5 downgrades this morning. It's pretty amazing. I mean, this is kind of call it the leader, if you will. And even though cannabis is moving, this had 3 or 4 downgrades this morning. CGC. And there's the ETF. Now I'm going to call this the ETF for the I'm going to abandon MJ. David's Tea. I think they were trying to do something infusing with, I believe, I don't want to, something to do with cannabis. Something to do with cannabis, I think. The Canadian, I think they closed all, I think they're just online now. I don't know if they still have stores. Now this one continues down, CNEY. For whatever reason, I'm just looking, trying to see if there's any specific reason. Boy, this is really getting hit. China stock, CNEY. Boy, look what it did a few days ago. It was up to 13 something. Yeah, I saw Mara. I mean, all the crypto. I mean, we've got a lot of sectors that are just on fire this morning. But yeah, look at Mara now. Wow. Looks like this should be an all-time high, but remember, it did several reverse splits back in the day. So it is still less than 50% from an all-time high. Even though when you look at these charts, you think, man, must be an all-time high, but it is not. All right, for those of you looking at Sava, Maybe an important level for to try to hold. Sava, $90. I thought maybe it would have a shot. There it is. In fact, it just broke down through 90 now. Well, if a buyout has been announced at around $27, $26, it should just sort of stay there. So, probably not much from here. I mean, you can just sort of see baselining right around here. Okay, I haven't seen what Lucid had done since the market opened. Yeah. Sava's on the way down, guys. SAVA went down through 90. Keep an eye on jobs. JOBS. Keep an eye on JOBS. This basing here, it's not going to stay here. It's going to do one, it's either going to pop or go down. I don't think it's going to stay here. Something to do with a going private issues update on the going private transaction. So maybe it's on it, it's off. I really don't know. I'm not going to really dive into this release, but it gapped down on that news, popped a little bit, and now it's just kind of basing. IHT, guys, IHT on the way up. This is now it's interesting because healthcare is one of the weaker sectors when we looked at it in the pre-market. I mean, the stocks were still up about 65%, or 65% of the stocks were up from Friday's close, but that was the weakest sector compared to the rest of them. Now look at MJ. MJ actually making the 10-day breakout. Let me take a look at MSOS. See the volume. So there's the volume there, 750,000. MSOS, let's see what was more. I think MSOS is more actively traded, and the answer is yeah. So it's about a million more shares. All right, AUTL just showed up on my options scanner. Now, looking left on the monthly chart, what do we see? 755 and 823. So 755. And if it gets through that 755, it's got a shot to get close to that 8 level. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put an alert around 758. See if it takes it out. Did have some news this morning. $250 million investment by Blackstone. So it did have some news. The alert came at $7.36. Is what I'm talking about right there, my option scanner. All right, I may be shoot, I might be completely wrong about this AUTL. This is really ripping now. When I say wrong, it popped right through my, I couldn't get it. It went too quickly through my price alert. Well, that's a winner. I mean, I didn't take it at 736, of course. is now at 770 for my option scanner. Also from my watch list. Wow, CNEY. Yeah, that's a big investment. The $250 million investment by Blackstone in AUTL. Super active Monday. Why did I doubt my option scanner? AUTL. Wasn't so much a doubt, I just wanted to take out that high. And it did, but it went too quickly. Oh yeah, we know that. Yeah, passing of the that's why. I mean, obviously EV and solar. Cannabis is a little bit different. And infrastructure, things like US Steel, X, yes. I think I read $7.5 billion earmarked for EV over 5 years. Look at Revlon, my goodness. You know, listen, I know Benjamin was maybe kidding a little bit, but wouldn't surprise me if people don't know what, I mean, Revlon is an old company. The kids today may not have a clue what Revlon is. All they see is EV. I think it's an EV play. I'm not saying that's why. I know it had earnings on Friday. Obviously good, or good reaction anyway. But come on, it's Revlon. Yeah, CNEY a little bit untradeable, 632, 665. That's the bid ask, so the spread is a little dicey. Also, if I look at this, you would think there is a ton of support right around 6 for CNEY. Just look at the daily chart. I'm talking about it because, of course, it's showing up in the daily breakdown. Man, even the DCPH is starting to move. The high was 979. Okay, listen guys, if it hits 979 and starts to move, I'm going to have to take this DCPH. There's the high on Friday, was 979. Got hammered on late stage results. Still had a bunch of downgrades this morning, but it's having a bit of a rally. I think William said he did a back of the envelope. Came out with what, 720 or 740 for DCPH, is that correct? I don't have kind halted. I don't have a halt for kind. Which one are you talking about, John R? You can't be kind. We don't have a symbol. I do see it is showing up in the order entry, but is it an IPO today or something? Or is it because the volume is so low? Because I have a minimum, I think, of 20,000 shares in my halts resumes. Sava continues down, guys, after it broke down through 90. SAVA. We have nothing on this one, so I'm not sure what to make of this kind. Well, keep an eye on PPSI. It's just basing underneath 7. I think, I want to see what sort of room it still has. Yeah, I mean, the monthly high is 1024. Yeah, so 674 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. It's at that level right now. I'd put an alert at 7 and see if it just takes it out with volume. You know, get the volume popping it through. This is... Well, there it is, guys. I mean, will 6 hold it? I mean, it seems to look like on the daily chart, CNEY, 6 could hold this. Just getting thumped. Don't see any specific news on it. Oh, blue. You take this one, Zach, blue? I done a little bit of rule breaking the last couple of weeks, taking earlier trades than I'm used to, but that just looked too. Okay, KLTR, Kaltura. Wow, look at this one. So the high on Friday. Okay, there's PPSI. Did it happen on volume? I got to drop this down a little bit. Did it happen on volume? Keep an eye on the PPSI, guys. There's a little bit of volume coming in. There it goes. Some volume coming in. What's this time? 10:07. So this has 8 minutes to close. There it went, guys. I can't tell you to take trades, but I mean, there it went. I traded some out. So you understand how this works. I said, listen, if it takes out 7 on volume, I'd be very interested. That's exactly what happened. I cannot tell you to take trades. I will say this, if you took the trade, don't be afraid to trade it when you're in it. You can't expect it's just going to keep romping higher. I know the next high looking left on the monthly is 831. Sorry, on the weekly, 831. Doesn't trade options, that's why it's not showing up my option scanner. I hope so. I hope so. No shorts available right now for me. I think there were earlier, but for PPSI, no shorts at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys. Well, this is, again, if you're in it, I'm not telling you to trade it or get out of it. I'm just saying don't be afraid to trade it. We can't expect this to keep going, but all I said was watch the volume, watch the volume. Look at the volume that came in the 5. Look at this volume on the 15, and this still has, 6 minutes to close. I mean, and it's in the right sector, EV play. Traded more out. I don't have as much left now, of course. I'm going to hold some just in case it does the absolute crazy. Oh man, blue. What? I'm surprised you're not in it, Zach. And when I saw I think the 3 or 4 downgrades, even this morning after getting thumped, I mean, the minute it broke down underneath Friday's low, I just thought, okay, break a little rule, take it early. Worst that can happen, I was going to be out for about a 5-cent loss. When I talk about that, I'm talking about the 15-minute candle, Sparky. Okay, so when I'm talking about volume, you know, here it is. I'm looking at the volume, and this still has, because it's a 15-minute candle, still has about 3.5 minutes to close. So it's going to approach these volume levels. So I was just talking about the candle still has. I'm just all about volume, you know. You give me volume and a price pop, I'm usually in. I should have been, sorry, I should have been a little clearer. All right, what are you doing? NVVE. NVVE. Another EV play. They should have called themselves NVEV. What is AUTL doing? Yeah, it's still hanging in there. The next, let's take a look on the weekly chart. 779 is the next high looking left. After that, 823. So that's the one I did not take from my option scanner. Too bad. Nice percentage move. So guys, I should tell you this, at about 11:30, I'm going to have to take off from the room till maybe 1 o'clock. I have an appointment that I could not get out of. I don't know who's going to, I wonder if Real is going to be around. And somebody, you can always head over to our YouTube room. Chris will take over at 11:30 in our YouTube room. Give me a moment, please. All right, so the IHT through the 200-day moving average a long time ago. A little more expensive one, but Beam. So this, yeah, solar play. So many sectors: solar, EV, crypto, and cannabis. So many sectors today, and of course, infrastructure in general. Stocks like U.S. Steel, X, and of course, CLF. Now X is actually giving some up, quite a bit up actually. That's a pretty big drop now. All right, LQDA just showed up on my option scanner on the way down. Okay, now I think there's probably a lot of support around 4. So it's I wish all this wasn't here. All right, what are you doing? GTBP? Ooh, this is so what room does this have? Ah, Pet V, guys. Pet V from Friday. Pet V. P-E-T. Ah, can't get it. Try one more time. Ah, I can't chase this down. I could not get the GTBP. They would not give me, I mean, there are lots of shares available. Uptick rule in effect. I went in at the bid a couple of times. It kept moving down. I just won't chase it. Meanwhile, Pet V, my goodness, Pet V. Whoa. Look at Pet V. Look at the volume coming in. I do recall they had some kind of news on Thursday. Just can't remember anymore. So much happening. Yeah, so look left on this weekly chart. The next high looking left, 428. Boy, this has got room. This has got room. I mean, look left on the weekly chart, guys. What did I say? 428. So look at the room on the weekly chart. I'm not saying to take the trade. You have to make up your mind, but volume coming in. It's a low float. Not for everybody. Kaboom! As I say, I can't tell anybody to take a trade. Just pointing out some of the things that look really interesting to me. And I'm all about looking left. And again, I have to keep saying this. Don't be afraid to trade it if you're in the trade, okay? Can't expect these things just to keep ripping higher. I mean, look at the volume that came in. And look at that 15-minute candle right there. Look at the volume. Good old Zach Morris, Zach. I did not take this one, but I mentioned Sava on a breakdown at 90. I did not take this one, but that breakdown at 90 right around here was pretty key. Got down to 85, still looks weak. Did not take it. All right, guys, it is now 10:20, so time for the TI spiel. Well, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. And as always, I start off with my homepage. My homepage has a lot of great information on it. That's a good one, Grumpy. I like that one. So if you're in the main trading room, you'll see I have a tab called Barry's Homepage. That's obviously available all day long. So if you clicked on it, the link is here. I did put the link in, but if you do click on it, there's my link. And click on the link, and this is what you'll see. So first of all, want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Here is a promo code you can use. Barry for Alpha for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas, show you how much Trade Ideas costs. So we have 4 plans. We have annual, monthly for premium, and standard. Premium annual is $22.68 a year minus the 15%, and the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI. I'll go over that in a little bit. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. You do not have to take out an annual subscription. We do have monthly, $118, $228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only, okay? If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But if you do decide that you want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual, we'll honor the 15% promo code. Yeah, by low, I don't really know because, I'm all about everything that I see is making a new low. So I really don't have one that... Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there are ways. What I would do, because I don't have a scan, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. I don't have a scan like that, but maybe one of the other traders does. So I would just ask info@trade. We have 4 or 5 other traders, so and they're more into things like that. I'm just all about momentum, either on the downside or the upside. So I don't have anything pre-built. Okay, sorry. You can just go there and ask. Okay, on my home page, more information. Now, here are the 3 free sections. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. And I won't do it today. I'm not going to be here. Trade Ideas education. We've got a lot of education. So we have a very comprehensive user guide now. But if you're new to Trade Ideas, this is what I would do. I take a look at the introductory lessons first. They go over things like how to create top list windows, alert windows. They go over our single stock window, the AI. So this is a quick one. Now, if you want to dive into it a lot more, we have a very comprehensive user guide now. When you click on it, you can see we've got sections here, but we also have a full table of contents, which is searchable. So a very comprehensive user guide now. And daily support. So you'll hear me talk about a YouTube room. Typically at noon I take a break. Today I'm going to have to take off at 11:30. I'll pop the YouTube link in before I do take off. But typically I take a break at noon, and one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. But again, I'll be taking off at around 11:30 today. Should be back before 1. Daily webinars. I think we're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation this week. So there's a webinar today. You can sign up for them all. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday. So you can sign up for them all right here. And if you were new to trading, great little series, okay? Quick videos. Starting off with what is a stock. So if you're new to trading, I would really recommend you take a look at this. Okay, okay, now, what is Trade Ideas? What we are is a scanner. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. If you're wanting to build your, look at AUTL. I feel like an idiot now for not taking it from my scanner, but oh well. If you want to make your own scans, of course you can. This is an example. I call it the 10-day daily breakout. If I right click, configure. Oh, wait a minute, guys. I forgot one of the most important parts of my, my link. My scans right here. Forgot about this. So these are the three free sections. And then of course you have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas to have access to my scans. So if you click here, now this is not the same layout that you see, but it's, it's a facsimile of, doesn't, what I'm sharing, I'm just showing you, I'm giving you a layout. I made a change on Friday. I decided to put the 10-day daily breaks, but if you want them, they're here, okay? So I do have a layout, a sample layout that you can take a look at, plus individual scans, including, this is my favorite one of all time, moving higher with unusually strong options, okay? These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market, the gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market to kind of get, trying to see, which ones could start to move once the market opens. And then again, the 10-day daily breakout and breakdown, these are the ones that you see here. So a lot of information on my home page. These 2 sections, lots of information. Save my link, then you can take a look at these anytime you want. And you see why I love this 10-day daily breakdown? I mean, look at blue. You would have thought, how much further can it go down after Friday? But it's down another 17%. I mentioned this if you're in the pre-market with me. I mentioned that it had I think at least 3, maybe 4 downgrades this morning. Always interesting to me. When I talk about the upgrades and downgrades in the morning, what I'm really looking for, first of all, if I see something from Goldman, I'll take a look. But I'm also looking to see if one stock has multiple upgrades or downgrades. And Blue still had a bunch of downgrades even after it got thumped on Friday. That's why when it came into this scan right here, that's why it was very interesting for me. So if you want to build your own scans, so let me just go back to this one, the 10-day daily break up or break out. So this is what it's looking for. When you want to build your own scans, you always start off with the filters. You see these icons? These are the filter icons. So in this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks between $2 and $35. Current volume is 6, trading at least 6 times normal. 500,000 shares, etc. Then the key is it's got to be at least at the 10-day high. Most of them, of course, are above a 10-day high. So if these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why I see these stocks. These are the ones, of course, making 10-day lows with those filters attached. So if you want to make your own scans, here's the good news. You do not have to learn a programming language. These are all the alerts that we have. You see these icons, these are the alerts. And these, when it comes to these icons, these are the filters. You do not have to learn them all, of course. What we've done is we tried to kind of create kind of an a la carte way of creating your own scans if you want to create your own scans. You kind of pick and choose what you like. So that's why we have so many alerts, so many filters. We have thousands of customers, different trading styles. We feel we've got enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build their own scan. Now, I keep saying that if you want to build your own scan. A lot of people don't. That's why I share my scans and also try to make it really easy. If you click on New from our toolbar, then the Dock Channel bar, these are all layouts that we've created, themed layouts. So for instance, here's a momentum layout. Each layout has some scans. So you could look at this one, Momo, and you can say, yeah, I wouldn't mind having that one. You save it to the cloud. You go through each channel. You can take you can take whatever you might think could be interesting, save it to the cloud, go to the next channel. Let's take a look at EV related. Now, obviously, EV is hot today. Okay, so here's EV related. There's Solo. There's a little Vancouver company, makes these little crazy looking EVs. But you can go through the different scans, extract alerts. You go through the different layouts, extract alerts that might, or scans that might look interesting to you, save them to the cloud. Once you've done that, you can go file load from cloud. If you've saved them, you will see them right at the top, and you just, load them. Highlight, load. And I'm going over this quickly because I'm not trying to teach you how to do this so much. I'm trying to teach you the concept. You want to know how to do this? Take a look at the lessons, okay, to show you how you extract things from how you save things to the cloud and how you load them. And so what I'm trying to show you, though, is that you can take individual scans, ones that I've created or ones that are from the channel bar, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one at a time, load, 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 thereby creating your own layout without even having to know how to create a scan in the first place. So we try to make things very easy. Next, the AI. If you have our premium service, this is what I would do. I would click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades Window. It's all I would do. Just click on that, never mind anything else. And this is the window that you'll see. I've attached it to these two earnings scans, but this is the window that you'd see. And then you can take this window and actually just incorporate it as part of your layout, so you don't have to load it every day. You just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. This is the one I was telling you earlier. I was kind of interested in this one, this VTRS. It's the right price range. It's an earnings play. It just hasn't done anything yet. But so how you trade these will be up to you. You have an entry. You don't have to get it in right at the penny, and you have a stop. And again, I know I keep harping on it, but how you trade it will be up to you. Boy, I know it was one of the very first ones, wasn't it, though, Zach? They got some money from the government way back when. I remember those days. This day right there, or this month, and it got all the way up to 34. Okay, a little bit of talk about this window we see here called Brokerage Plus. This big blue window we see here, it's called Brokerage Plus. I'll just quickly show you how you can use it if you want to. Okay, so I put a link called Brokerage Plus. When you click on it, you'll see two videos. There's a short video. The short video shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. The short video shows you how you will do the connection. You do need an E-Trade account or an IB account with real-time data, okay? But after that, you can connect. You'll notice that one of the options in the toolbar is called Brokerage Plus. Underneath it, there's live, and then I'm going to go over the simulation or paper trader. But if you want to trade using this window, you don't have to. And don't worry if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account. Doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you won't be able to use this window. Okay, that's all it means. The second video, a lot longer, goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window, both if you're connected to your IB or E-Trade account, and now I'll talk a lot more about how you can use it as a paper trader, simulation trading. If you're new to trading, please do not commit money to the market until you have practiced trading, okay? Our simulator uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is, okay? So let me just take a look at something. I want to demonstrate how you could use it. Okay, let's just say you wanted to take DCPH. But you didn't want to take it right now. You thought, you know what, I want to take it if it pulls back to say $9. I mean, I'm just demonstrating how, or the mechanics of how you would do something like that. Okay? So you would pick how many shares. And notice when I clicked on the alert, the symbol showed up. I'll pick 300 shares. Let's make it 920. I'm going to put 920 in both the price box and the stop box. I'm going to whoops, better not put 99.20. $9.20. I'm going to click the buy button. And when I click the buy button, a blue line will appear on the chart. Maybe I didn't click it hard, and there we go. So there's, you can see it here on the daily chart. So you can see it says 920. So if DCPH goes down to 920, it'll take the trade. Okay, that's how you. So a lot of you are looking. Yeah, Bitcoin. You're right. BITO. I'm just looking at the ETF for BITO for Bitcoin. Nice little pop. So again, I demonstrated on the DCPH because I know a lot of people like to take pullback trades. You know, they're not like me. They're not looking for stocks near the high or the low of the day. They like to take something if it pulled back to a certain level, which is absolutely fine, of course. And so that's how you can do it. And if you didn't want to do it now, you could click on the orders, and you could always just right-click and cancel the order. You know, if something changed in your mind about, don't really want to take it anymore. Now let's take a trade. Let's take a look at the PET V. Say we wanted to take this one right now, okay? Again, showing you the mechanics and the concept of placing a stop. I'm going to take 500 shares of this. Again, I'm just showing you the mechanics, okay? The spread isn't great, but I'm just going to buy it at the market. I mean, it's 30, right now it is, okay. Let's see where it took it. Okay, took it at 437, okay? 437. I'm going to put a stop at 417. I'm going to explain why. And you're going to see on the chart, a line should show up approximately with a minus $100. Big red line will show up. Okay, it says minus 97.50. Okay, why did that happen? Okay, first of all, when you get into trading, unfortunately, not all trades are going to work. So, the way I trade, many in the room trade, you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. And that's what we call a stop. And here's where the practice comes in. Because you might say, well, okay, I kind of get the idea, but how am I going to know where to place a stop? And that's where the practice comes in. How I do it, again, I use this one just to show you the mechanics of placing stops and all. But typically what I do is I look at a chart, probably on at least a 5-minute chart, and I kind of size up where I think there is a support level. Again, this is with experience. And so that I thought, okay, if it breaks down through that support level, I should be out of the trade. The trade didn't work. Not every trade is going to work. I also want to sort of harp on the idea that when you first start trading, I shouldn't even say it like that. When you trade, I'm always looking for reasons not to take the trade. Okay? I know that might sound counterintuitive, but I'm always looking for reasons not to take a trade. Now, a lot of the reasons that I will take a trade are already covered in the filters that I put. In other words, I know it's going to be in the price range I like. I know it's going to have the minimum, at least a minimum volume that I'm okay with. Relative volume, it's trading, somewhat abnormally. So a lot of those factors are already covered in my scans. So what I'm always looking for then is, okay, what sort of a pattern? I get an alert, what sort of a pattern is it coming from? I'm not going to chase something that's, 10, 15-minute candles straight up. Also looking left to see what sort of a room it has, on a daily and a weekly and a monthly chart. I'm always looking to see where the next left is. That's how I trade. So, so if I cannot go check, and say, yeah, I can take, if any one of those, if I put an X beside any one of those, then I'm not going to take the trade. But even so, even if I can check everything, even if it's the best setup ever, some trades just still won't work. And so that's why it's important to have a stop. It doesn't work. You can always get back in for all the reasons why you took the trade in the first place. They may present themselves later on. Now I'm waiting on this one. I want to see if I get stopped out. Again, this is in the simulator. Now, why does this say minus 97? Here's the next concept. The way I trade, I don't take the same number of shares every trade. How I share size is going to be based on the difference between my entry and my stop. In this case, it's 20 cents. I made it 20 cents, so the math would be really simple. Obviously, it's not going to be 20 cents every single trade. And I should go over, ways of putting stops. I mean, I look at a chart, I kind of size it up. Some may say, you know what, I want to be out if it takes out the low of the previous 5-minute candle, or a low of the 15-minute candle, the previous one, or maybe it hits a certain moving average. Different ways of placing stops, okay? There's no, in my opinion, right or wrong way. I just know what I do. So, that's how I share size though. I take the difference between my entry and my stop, which in this case is 20 cents. If I'm going to risk, and I always in the simulator, I always demonstrate risking $100 a trade. If you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm risking $100 a trade. So how did I get 500 shares? 20 cents is the difference. I divide that into 100 and I get 500 shares. So you do a little bit of math on the fly, okay? And in this case, 500 shares. Conversely, if I get taken out for a 20-cent loss with 500 shares, 500 times 20 cents equals approximately $100. Okay? And the other big thing is, try to obey your stop. Sometimes it's really hard to obey your stop. You start second guessing because everything looks so fantastic on the setup and the reasons why you got into the trade. But again, they still just might not work. And so you start second guessing yourself. Maybe I put my stop too tight. I better reduce that. So now instead of a $100 loss, it starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally give up. So it's really important. Money management is so key. And here's another thing. If you cannot make money in our simulator, paper trading, forget about trying to make money with like when you actually attach to your real account, okay? Forget about it. Because now the other thing, unfortunately, even if you can make money in a simulator, doesn't mean you're going to make money once you start trading real money. The reason being is that, again, emotions come into play, and when you see your P&L jump up and down, here it's still play money. It's not real money. And it's a lot easier, just like I said, oh yeah, I'll take myself out, the stop. Sometimes, again, as I say, it's hard when when emotions come into play, it's hard to, sometimes it's hard to have the discipline to do all the things you did in a simulator. So that's why I'm saying practice in a simulator. If you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make money when you start trading live. The sad reality now, the other thing is, when I place a stop, again, in this particular case where I place my stop at 417, if I don't like the way it's trading, I don't have to wait to get stopped out. My stop is the worst I want to do in a trade, okay? But of course, I always reserve the right. If I see something, if I just don't like the way it's trading and it's starting to drift down, getting closer and closer to my stop, I can always exit earlier, okay? So this stop is just the worst I want to do in the trade. Yeah, hard for me to answer that, Joe. I mean, there's all sorts of risk, man. I mean, there are sites out there that say, never risk more than, I don't know, 1 or 2% of your account on any individual trade, things like that. I don't feel comfortable giving you advice like that. Okay, others who have traded, they may who don't mind if they want to chime in and say, okay, with a $10,000 account, you can risk $100 is a manageable risk. Boy, my alerts have just dried up. I have to make sure I didn't accidentally turn off my toggle. Yeah, I mean, and there it is too. If you're in the States, I mean, all those rules fly out the window. I'm lucky enough to be in Canada. Not that the 25,000 isn't the issue, but I mean, lucky enough to be in Canada. PDT rules do not affect any Canadians. All right, guys, Jobs is making a little bit of a move here. JOBS is making a little bit of a move here. I mentioned this one earlier, said it probably will not stay here, so it's making a little bit of a move here. There was some news this morning about it, something to do about they announced an update on their going private transaction. No, of course the PDT rule, but the thing is, I mean, okay, if you, again, I just always wanted to state it like this. If you had a $5,000 account, hopefully it makes sense that you're not going to be risking $1,000 a trade. Okay? That's all I'm really trying to say. Remember I mentioned this INOQ, just IONQ, just a difficult intraday trader, but what a great trade it's been if you swung it. Again, look how difficult it is. I mean, it had this massive pop in the pre-market. It all the way up to about 22, drops down to 1960. I mean, it is so very difficult intraday trading, but boy, what a run it's been on. And this is not, I mean, this is all to do with quantum computers. I mean, I don't know. Would this have anything to do with Bitcoin? I'm just thinking about the computing power needed for Bitcoin mining. I mean, I just don't know. Vino. I remember Vino was so active a little while ago. Of course, this was active here. This is back in February. Remember this? It got all the way up to $21, $22. It's a low float, 7.6 million in the float. Yeah, I don't see any news on it, but you're saying there is a pumper at work. All right, CBAT just showed up in my option scanner. CBAT. Now, what do you got here? What's left on the monthly chart? 330. And China stock. Of course, it's a EV play. Now, to me, in my world, I look at this on the daily chart, and what I see is, some resistance right around 265. That's what I see. I mean, it's having a great day in terms of volume. Almost 10 times normal. All right, let's take a look at Lucid. I haven't. We got up to 46. So, I mean, this is, another. I consider this sort of a difficult, especially if you're going to go long, difficult intraday trader. I mean, it can be really choppy. Boy, that GTBP from here just straight down. Look at the 5-minute chart, straight down until it finally based a little bit at 450. All right, so here's the pet V. So just a word about these three columns that you see here: the today's profit, max P&L, and distance from exit price. So today's profit should be somewhat. Now, I know they're going to be making changes to get this a little more up to date. Obviously, if you're trading your live account, this would be updating. It wouldn't take the 10 seconds, but in general, the today's profit means, right now, if you're still in you're still in the trade, you're up $18. The max you could have made, still being in the trade, was $57. So in other words, if you'd sold it, I guess up here, 47. Actually, that's not right because I wasn't in the trade then. But whatever the high was, you'd be up 57. So I got in the simulator, 437. So I guess the high was around 450. So if I got out at 450, would have made $57. Okay. Why this is important, not so much here, what these numbers you're seeing here, but imagine if you saw that your max P&L was like $500 or $600, and then you're looking at today's profit and you're actually losing money. That would be no way to trade. I hope that would make sense. You've got to be able to manage, getting out of trades at certain points, okay? And that's where the practice comes in. It's one of the most difficult things about trading. A lot of times it's so simple, you get a great setup, easy to take the trade. Not so easy to know when to start taking out some, and that's where some practice comes in. Okay, now you're never, ever, ever, generally speaking, going to get out right at the very top. But remember what I was saying about the PPSI earlier. I said, you've got to trade this, okay? I didn't mean you've got to take the trade. I meant if you're in this trade, you can't get into a trade around $7, have it go up to whatever that is. This is driving me crazy. This has to be not fixed, but we've got too much verbiage going on here. There we go. Up to 776, and then allow it to get all the way down to 620, below where you might have got in at 7, without taking some out. I mean, that's just obviously no way to trade. So same thing here. You've got to take some profit. I can't tell you, well, take a third here, 2/3 here, everything here. This is where just practice is going to come in. And then this distance from the exit price, what that's going to tell you, if I get out of this trade right now, and these are hotkeys, this flattens, gets you out of the trade, half gets you out of half your trade, could double your position. So if I got out of this trade right now, what this distance from the exit price is going to tell me is, okay, where is it from where you got out? So if I got out of this trade right now, what I'd want to see down the road is a nice big negative number, which means it's it's below where I got out. That's what you want to see. Is Block another crypto ETF? Doesn't trade very much. Like how much volume is in BITO, which I consider. I mean that's unless Block came on. So look at that. I mean there's 3.8 million shares with the BITO, so certainly more liquid than Block. All right, another cannabis play, guys. Cron on the move. CRON. Just give me one moment, please. And I actually did see that CGC was positive, even with the downgrades. But for some reason, the analysts do not like this one. They just don't like it. I had about 3 or 4 downgrades this morning. Now, Zorro, I see what you did there. On the fuel cell. All right, let's take a look at Fun, PHUN. I'm sure it's moving because of the... actually, DWAC is not moving. DWAC is not moving, so this is kind of moving on its own. Funware buys an additional 100 bitcoins for $6.2 million. So they're so they're putting an investment into Bitcoin. That was news this morning. So obviously Bitcoin was at $62,000. I guess real, you're not in the room. What if I can do something really quickly? Time is at 11:02. Yeah, this is what I want to do. I don't know if we can do it quickly enough. I just private chatting you, William. Okay? Hopefully you see that. I just don't know if I can do it quickly enough to make you a moderator. I should make you and Becca moderators. I just don't know if I can do it quickly enough. What I need are emails, but I don't want you to put them. Yeah, okay, I don't like, okay. Just give me a moment. FBAZ. Just a minute, I just want to delete that, William. Okay. Should have done this earlier. Okay, thank you, Becca. Okay. Just give me a moment here. I should have done this earlier. All right, guys. So I'm just waiting on the developer. I should have done this earlier. What I'm really trying to do, of course, I have to take off at 11:30, and I just hate leaving the room completely unmoderated, just in case something crazy happens. So I was hoping Real would be around. Well, I know you guys will behave, but we get crazies that can come in, and that's my that's always a fear. I agree with the PPSI. I agree with the PPSI. Yeah, 7 if it holds. Gets over 7 again on volume. You know, another big volume burst. Real. Okay, thank you, Real. I have to take off at 11:30 today. So I'm actually going to get Becca and William. I'm going to get them mods, but I don't think I can do it in time. So if you don't mind, you know what to do, just in case something crazy happens. If you hopefully you can hear me, because I have to take off at 11:30. I should be back by 1. I'm sure I will be, probably earlier, but so I was just a little worried that some crazy could come in. So thanks. I'm glad you're there. You know, guys, it's funny. You talk. Zach's talking about the AMD. So I just bought the Surface Laptop 4 with the Ryzen chip, the 15-inch one, and it's awesome. You know, and it's interesting because now maybe they make bigger margin. I don't really know, but you know, at my favorite store at Best Buy, and I really researched all this going back several months, and they were all about the Ryzen chip. You know, they said people were always going to buy Intel because it's the known like Kleenex. But they were super impressed, and there's some people there I talked to quite a bit who I really trust, and they were super impressed by the Ryzen chip. Said it's great. So when I got my Surface Pro, not my Surface Laptop 4, I took the Ryzen chip, and it's been awesome. So about AMD, I mean, there it goes. I'm not, and I have to say it's probably because I bought it last week. And my my little purchase of my Surface Laptop 4, I did my part. Yeah, I don't see the news. I don't see the news on it. What a day, guys! Man, oh man. What a run. I mean, what a run this has been. Okay, guys, keep an eye. Now, I probably won't be able to do anything because I say I'm going to be taking off in about 20 minutes, so I won't be able to do anything. I'm not going to leave a trade behind. So, but more cannabis plays, VFF, more cannabis plays. We've got some hot sectors today: cannabis, EV, infrastructure, crypto. Yeah, blue was again a rule breaker for me. Real another early short. Three or four downgrades this morning. I noticed, just piling on top of it after the horrible day it had on Friday. I couldn't get the other one though, the CNEY. The CNEY, tried to get it, but I couldn't get a fill. I mean, it wasn't because there were shorts available, but because of that uptick rule, I could not get a fill where I wanted, and I just didn't want to chase it down. In retrospect, sure, it would have worked, but you never know. I don't know if there's specific AMD news, but a lot of volume came in. That's a massive float. I mean, 1.2 billion in the float. What's starting to move? Well, not starting. It has moved. The EHTH guys, it's really bouncing well. I mean, this was all the way down to 23. There's a $10 pop. This is another one that I tried to short in the pre-market, and tons of shorts available. I just didn't get the price I wanted, and it just went down about $10. But it is now starting to move. This is an earnings play, so it is starting to recover. I mean, I shouldn't say starting to. I mean, it obviously recovered from 23, but it's starting to inch its way up still. So I don't know, maybe it's a tremendous overreaction to its earnings release. The plain old regression channel, really? Okay. Interesting. So any regression channel on any brokerage platform would be it. Oops. Oh my goodness. I didn't even know that. I mean, I'm just too much going on for me right now. But look at the Vino, guys. I mean, talk about a great alert here. 439. Now, you probably could not have got it right at 439, but I mean, it did pop all the way up to 490. So, from my option scanner, again, I'm sharing all these scans. Just go to my home page. All these scans are being shared. Cron is another one from the option scanner, inching its way up. The alert was at 638, just inching its way up. Looking left on the monthly, it got some stalling areas, but I mean, if you ignore that, I mean, I just look at the weekly chart. It looks like 650 could be, excuse me, really a stumbling block. But, you know, sometimes these little highs are just being ignored and they're just racing right through. So for instance, real, I do have a 30-minute IV chart up, and I have to admit, I haven't been paying like a lot of attention to it, but I'm looking at HUT as an example, okay? And remember, I talked about this, the RAF channel, okay? The RAF channel. So for instance, you know, there on the 30-minute, there's the bottom of the RAF channel, and you know, you'd have to RAFF. I just put this in there for fun to see what sort of action. It's probably, and it falls under regression studies. And you know, look what happened there on the RAF channel. That's on a 30-minute. And as you say, bounced right off and moved higher, as an example. And let's take a look at Riot, see if they did this. It did the same thing. That's on a 30-minute. Close. Close. Got down here. Well, it looks like it's over for PPSI, guys. I know we were kind of waiting to see if it would take out 7 again. Looks like this is over. Not shortable for me to Interactive Brokers. OCGN is a mess. What a mess. Well, not a mess if you're shorting it. It's beautiful if you're shorting it. Let's see, what do we have looking left? So it's taken out. So the next lows are around 9 for OCGN. Okay, just one moment, please. Okay, notice the PETV got stopped out. Okay, now, and it's come back up. So you see what happened. So that when you look at this, you might think, okay, maybe I was a little bit early. Maybe I could get back into the play, as an example. Now remember, I was showing you how you can take stock on a pullback, DCPH. And that's what happened. Took it on the pullback right to that level, and it popped right off that. You see, I mean, just showing you how you mechanically, the mechanics of putting a pullback play into Brokerage Plus, how you can practice. Now at this point, I'm going to flatten the trade. We'll see if that was a good exit. Is AMC really strong today? I haven't looked at the those meme stocks. Yeah, you're right. It is. It has earnings after hours, such as they're going to be. Oh, great, Chris. Okay, I will take off now. Thank you so much for doing this. Okay, guys. So I am going to be. I'm going to take off now, and I'm going to put the YouTube link in. Chris is there. So if you guys want to head over there, he'll be there till 1. Well, I guess Sean will take over at noon. Well, you're already there, right, Chris? Yeah, you started. Yeah, okay. So you started? Okay. So this is the link to YouTube. Okay. So you guys want to head over there. I'm gonna be out till maybe 12:50, 1 o'clock. I'm gonna put the announcement in. Should be earlier, but I'm just in case. All right, Chris, I'll stop streaming right now.
Alrighty, looks like a smooth pass. Real quick, just in case it does kick anybody for some reason, just come right back to the link and I'll be here. So, just in case anybody isn't familiar, my name's Chris Varley, one of the support members here with Trade Ideas. I fill in sometimes on the live Q&As. So Barry needed to leave a little bit early today, so I took over for him. And anybody else that isn't aware, I do a 3:30 p.m. Eastern support session similar to this, Monday through Friday. Same link, so Barry shuts down at his normal 3 p.m. Eastern time. The stream rests for about half an hour, and then I start that back up again. So we don't come with any pre-done content for this. Come one, come all with your questions, something you want demonstrated, you want to talk about, you want to look at. Uh, you know, Open game as far as the software goes. So you're awfully quiet to start here on me. Everybody's decompressing from the weekend still, trying to figure out what's going on here on this choppy Monday. So if you're wondering why I'm saying choppy Monday, just bring up a SPY chart real fast. And why I have stayed out of taking any positions today. On this 15-minute chart here of the SPY, even 5 looks even worse. Just, it doesn't look like anything I want to get involved with. We can say possibly a gap fill that's coming up here. It'd be similar to Friday, was a textbook gap fill. So there's your gap. We filled it now. Are we going to move up? I don't know. Everybody's guess is as good as the next person's. Any scenario or situation is likely. So, I tested my audio and I can see my visual looks good. So, if anybody for some reason isn't hearing me well, let me know. Alright, looks like, as usual, for some reason it's kicked a number you from the stream. Hopefully everybody starts filtering back in here. Alrighty, no questions, no nothing coming in, although 90% of you seem to have been kicked from the stream for some reason, so I guess that isn't helping the cause here as well. Alright, well, we'll take a dive around some of the indexes here. I was not really around much last Thursday and last Friday, so let's take a look at what action we've had the last few days. So we're going back to last Thursday and Friday. Thursday, Friday, solid day Thursday, gap up, gap fill, and return back, close negative from the open, positive from the close. And today's looking like another similar day to that, kind of a spinning top doji. And we'll see what direction we take from there. Nothing new or big or anything like that. I think most of the big boys have reported their earnings. Looks like a lot of solid earnings all around. So I think, that's behind us, and, on to whatever's next. I guess we start to prep ourselves for Santa Claus rally and things of that nature. Yes, Chris. Yep, every day, 3:30, 3:30 Eastern. I was off this past Friday. I had some personal things to attend to in preparation Friday for the weekend, so I did take that off. But barring that, should be clear to go for the foreseeable future on those 3:30 sessions. So, anyways, that's the SPY. SPY's a little tech heavy, so not watching that. Not watching that as high or as much as I used to. All right, good deal, Chris. Pop in if you have a chance. I took it upon myself to start doing those 3:30 sessions just because I know not everybody can make the noon ones, and so I'm trying to catch a little bit of the end of the market, and then after the market to work on things. I know people. It's hard because if they're trading, they don't really want to be in one of these support sessions, but you know, those are the times that I those were times that I had to work with or work within, and so that's why I picked the end of the day to try to get some people a little more support around here. But yeah, anyway, SPY being tech heavy, I just don't watch it at quite as much as I used to. Although I will say, a lot of things do trade in lockstep with it, so you can't not pay attention to it. RSP, that is what I've been watching a lot more lately. This is the S&P 500, but equally weighted. So all those same stocks, but instead of being tech heavy, we got equal weight on those. And we can see same kind of theme here. A little different today, but still kind of same. This did not fill the gap on Friday. Gapped way up, moved way up on that 15-minute candle. faded before that bounce, but it wasn't as much of a bounce as the SPY had on that day. Different story here today. We gap way up, and it's a wick and give it up. And today, closer to an actual gap fill as we chop and grind sideways. So I don't know if we have anybody speaking from the Fed this week or any of that jargon or nonsense. Anybody that knows me, I really try not to pay too much attention to the news. I'm aware of, when some events are coming up. I don't really pay attention to what's said during them. Just know that they're happening. The rest is all noise. The only thing that matters to me is how and where the money's flowing to. Why isn't a question I ask. Not with this type of stuff anyway. So that's kind of just my personality, what I look at. And for those that, continue to pound that we're overextended and due for corrections and all sorts of things like that, while sure, we can be due for anything, means absolutely nothing. I'd point out that from May till, essentially right here in October, we were range bound that whole way in the RSP, the S&P 500 stocks. It's, quite a while to be range bound. That's some significance without a question. And while we're now starting to really pull away from the station here, we went up, we pulled back, and pulling back. So, what's extended? I don't know. I mean, we can right click here and find ourselves on a weekly chart. All right, is that extended? It's hard to say when you have all this, wiped out with the onset of COVID here. You get this whole block that happens right here. If you remove that from the chart and you just saw from here to here and you took this from here to here and you took this block out, you've got that entire, set of time that's just a quote unquote range, and it wasn't really much above that range that was established in here for all this time. So again, what's extended? Now are we extended off that? I don't know. Are we making up lost time? I don't know. But I'm going to not speculate and not argue with the charts, and that's all. And leave myself always positioned that if I'm on the wrong side of anything, my stops are going to protect me, my risk management is going to protect me. There are no magic scans or anything like that. I like the scans that I use, obviously. It's why I used the software long before I worked here. But there's no substitute for that risk management and good solid trade entries and exits. And that's that. So we look at the RSP like that. We can look at the Qs. It's going to be a little different with each of these major indexes here. But, I guess this one you could make a better argument for extended. But that same kind of concept, you take this and this out, right? You got that long range in here before we make that move up. And then all that move is erased and then some. So, almost like extend that range a bit. All right. And same kind of concept, and put things in perspective, what they're relative to, what's going on. DCPH, nice bounce near high of the day. Let's take a look. Let's go back to a daily chart here, and let's take a look at DCPH. Woof. Good lord, that's ugly. Oh, that was in Barry's scan. Interesting. In his option scan. Yeah, when I start to see charts like that, that's hard for me to mess around with. I'm sure that time and sales on that must be off the chart right now, right? Take a look here, time and sales. Oh, no, not moving quite like I thought it was going to be. Interesting. I'll get rid of that. And no, that's not Trade Ideas time and sales. That's IB's time and sales. Interesting. Not for me, but I could definitely see wanting to play that. I can see the attraction. Let's see, it must be pharmaceutical. Yeah, I knew it was either going to be pharmaceutical or bio or something. A few other stocks make a move like that. Holy cow. That's rough. Alright, well, this is the way of the stock trading world. So, and again, if anybody has questions, fire them away, please. Here to demonstrate stuff with the software. If there's a scan idea you have that, you want to know maybe a way to work around into it, so on and so forth. a few things I want to take a look at here. Just noticing now. So CBAT is a stock that beat me up a few times back. I think last winter, last spring. I was trying to trade this one a whole bunch through this area here. It was like a 50-50, ending up on the wrong side of that trade every time, getting stopped out. So it's a stock that I actually put on my do not trade list, and I haven't seen it for a while, but I suppose that's a reason why, because I don't trade stocks going down. Interesting to note, some serious volume option going on there. Cron, I haven't seen that one pop up too much lately. Anybody that's been in those later support sessions knows when I'm going through the ETFs, I don't really know what to make of the pot stocks. Is it legal? Is it not legal? Banks can't take the money. What do you do with all that money? Federal government doesn't want you to sell pot, and the state government wants you to sell as much as you can. And are the feds going to arrest you, or the state can't protect you? Just a lot of confusion going on as far as it goes. So it kind of is what it is, and this mirrors the MJ almost perfectly. If we were to bring up the MJ, bring that up. For those that don't know, the MJ is the ETF that Cron is a part of. Yeah, same kind of theme here. That big run up and that move down. I guess there was some news in this today again. I'd be suspect to think that it's going to do anything other than what it's done. Let's see. There was a day it moved up here somewhere. I guess this must have been it, maybe. I don't know. And then a whole bunch of people were like, yeah, we're ready to go. And no, we're not. So we're running smack in that 50-day moving average here. That'll be a tough one to beat. So not much else to comment on that. So let's see. Some American jerky. Do indices make up your mind on whether to take a trade on the stock or not? No, they don't make up my mind. I do pay attention to them. Sometimes I find there's disconnect between the stocks and the indices. Let's see. What's the UNG? That's what I want. I have found for natural gas, there's been a disconnect between the stocks overall and this ETF with natural gas, where this is up, the stocks are down. This is down, the stocks are up. Note, kind of a wedge starting to happen here with this. Going to need to resolve itself. Winter's coming, blah blah blah. You know, everybody's paying for energy and paying through the roof at this point. But so it's very energy heavy, let's call it, or very energy bullish. And not that I'm not energy bullish anymore, but I feel like energy has made its run. Some pullbacks, some consolidations are going to start to happen in it, I think, before it makes up its mind if it wants to continue that run or give some back. Nat gas being one of those things. Here's a nat gas stock, though, so we can see nat gas has moved down and then moved back up again. Let's see what this has done here. And so same kind of theme here. So this one kind of trading in lockstep with nat gas today. Let's see, MGY. It's another one that I've been watching heavily. So this one, it made a move up, and then it's kind of just floundered and moved down again, So SD is another one that I've been watching and trading. Same kind of theme here. Isn't really bouncing the same as nat gas did itself. So you're going to find ones that are in direct correlation and lockstep and ones that aren't. But I like to look at, is the sector, there's a lot of factors that go into when I'm deciding whether or not to take a position. And if the ETF, if the sector is strong, might play a role into how long I'm willing to hold that trade for, how fast I might take profits on it, so on and so forth. So, I always kind of say things, everything in life is a puzzle. Putting those pieces together, how those pieces fit together, and they don't always fit together exactly the same, but that's part of how I put that puzzle together. I don't know if there's any other, no, if I have any other energy stocks coming through here. No, not really. So, I've taken some of my energy stocks off I use the my like symbols a lot. I've taken a bunch off there. If they start to make the scans, I get them put back on there again. They'll get put back on. But for now, I've taken a pause on those. The other area that I'm watching here is your XOP. That continues to look very strong to me. You know, Got what we could say maybe a little extended through here, trying to really pull away from that 8 EMA all through here, and then it's kind of pulled back and shot back up again. We'll see what all that kind of means. It's more exploration as far as energy goes. And, in this country, for whatever reason, we don't want to explore gas and oil energy whatsoever. We want the rest of the world to provide it for us according to our policies. It's neither a comment on good or bad, it's a comment on fact. But, we can see here, going way back, well off anything near what's considered all-time highs. Lifetime high, and this is 336, and even going back, a few years, we're not even anywhere near where that was. And anybody that knows me knows that I was thought energy was an absolute dog right up until here of this year, and that was when I decided to get bullish on energy. So, this initial move I thought was a fake out. When we blasted through that move, I started to believe, and I've been a believer in energy since then. I don't think anything changes. It's not a comment on good, bad, right, wrong. We should have EVs. We shouldn't have EVs. Bottom line is EVs are here to stay. They're not going anywhere. But we still need the traditional energy plays for now. How long they last, or any of those things that happen like that, your guess is as good as mine. I'm just going to play what the charts tell me. And on a daily chart here, I still see a lot of strength. Anybody that knows me, knows that I like these kind of horseshoes like this. I like cup and handles. So that's what I'm kind of seeing all through here. And looks like the stock market's a believer in that too for now. Those are the kind of things that I'm watching. Probably not trading a whole lot this week. It's some personal stuff going on. Took me out. Nothing crazy or anything like that, but I ran a marathon yesterday, and so I'm just a little tired, and won't be pressing or rushing anything at this point. So I also like to take slower moving trades. I don't like things that are whipping around all over the place. So just kind of my style on how I do things. Again, if anybody has questions, please, fire them away for me here. Something you want to demonstrate with the platform, you want to look at a chart, anything like that. Alright, sorry, just clicking around a few things on the other support sections that I work on here. Making sure I stay up to date. So, alright, let's see what Holly's got going on here. I got a stop out. And every other trade is open for now. So here's something I've been considering if I do make any kind of moves today. But I wanted to see this here from Holly. I'd want to see it get back over this and hold that level. If it does so, we'll see what happens there. I'll take a look at some levels here on this. Let's draw some lines, like my pivot lines, my pivot points. Again, for anybody that knows me, knows that I don't think pivots are an exact or an approximation of things. Everybody's looking at the same stuff, and there's a lot of head fakes and who's going to hold on to who and who's playing chicken. For now, that's absolutely a double top. Or failed breakout, whatever you want to call it. And also, anybody that knows me knows that I'd call something like this a whoopsie. Look like, are we going to get through? No. Are we going to get through? No. So that's that on there. But I don't see any reason why, if we can recapture a level here, start to fight with that right there. But no happy accident that line that I just drew coincides with some areas here, there, and here. And so when you got those 3 points there, and then you got these 2 points here, those are absolutely whoopsies as far as I'm concerned. And just seems like that is the line in the sand that's going to be tough to beat. We probably make a move up through 15 if it can beat it. But again, psychological whole numbers are a big deal. And that's kind of what I'm looking at for that for right now. But as the SPY continues to just do what it does, you know, I thought for a second here, bring back over the SPY chart. Take a look at this here. I said, all right, we got a green candle here, and then this one started to form a green candle, and then it's decided to give it up. So, with that move right there, I'm in no rush to do anything at this point. All right, from the AI, MXL, what do I think? MXL, what do I think? Extended, super extended. And again, all relative. For me, though, it's extended that I don't chase off this right here. I mean, you got an 8 EMA that can't even catch it still on the daily chart. And I look at daily charts before I start messing around with getting into anything because I like to find positions that I can, even if I'm going to sell some today, I'd like to hold some moving forward as a swing trade. So that kind of knocks me out of that, knocks out of my credentials as far as I'm concerned. All right, now let's squash up a 15-minute chart here because we have some consolidation for a few days. And that's what I see. And so, it's set in that top. There's your whoopsie. And you couldn't even get to that level again today. We'll see what happens. It's very likely a double top right there on a 5-minute chart looking at it, though. There's your double top on a 15-minute chart. And that's what I see. Good entry price if you got in it, on this 5-minute candle before it made the rest of that move up. Kudos, definitely all right there. If you're in it, just manage it well at this point. If you ask me, the high of the day is going to be your tough point. Numbers and statistics, that's what we work with here. Most stocks have put in their highs and lows of the day by 11 o'clock Eastern. And the number's like something like 90% of stocks or something like that. Just know that, well over the majority by 11 a.m. Eastern have put in their highs and lows for the day. So taking out a high of the day after 11 a.m. is highly unlikely for something like 90% of stocks. And so that's what I see from there. I'll come back and let's zoom in a little bit here on a daily. Now things that I do like is, I like this. That red bar ignore was beautiful, and off that red bar ignore we show some kind of strength still. So this might be something, to be honest, at the end of the day, if we are closing above that entry, that might be something I would actually consider taking a position going into tomorrow. But again, we got to look at, a whole bunch of things here. One, that's a level of concern, and that's before we even get to $70, which will also be a level of concern. So then it becomes, what are you risking? What are you willing to risk versus what do you think is the potential reward? What do I think a support level is going to be? I think this kind of level in here is more of that support level. So now, am I willing to risk all the way down here to like around $66 or 65 and change for $70 when I'm sitting at 69.14? No, I'm not willing to risk that. That's not a high risk reward. That's a high risk and a very low reward for me. So that's what I'm looking at. That's how I feel it, and that's based on my trading plan, my trading style. If I was more of an intraday person, I'm looking at maybe this more as my level, actually. Just below that entry as my stop is where I would be looking at if I was an intraday player. It's not how I'm looking at it, but just my thoughts on when I was more of an intraday trader. That's what I'd be looking at then. And now you're looking at a pretty solid risk reward, just under $69, trying to move up to 70. That's a nice risk reward right there. But I don't like to share size big enough to do that. So it's just who I am, just what I am. So that's my 2 cents there, Ignacio. So let's see. We looked at that. We looked at VTRS. We looked at MXL. Let's take a look at Lyft. That one's working. And then we'll look at CHPT to look at the loser. Let's zoom back out here. Interesting. All right, so a few things I'm gonna note. First thing we're gonna do is draw this line, and there we go. All right, that'll populate across, and if you don't see it, I'll point it out, but you should see it right away. All right, that's a pretty powerful line as far as I'm concerned. And again, you get your whoopsies above it, just barely ticks through it, barely ticks through it, but it seems like that area is laying down the block for quite a while now, since May of this year. All right, and while it made a move up through it, it was very shortly lived. Got about a month through it. All right, before it headed right back down below it and blocked, and really down and blocked, and then blocked, and now blocked again. So I would say overall that's much more resistance than support. We can go further back if we need and see that, yes, and again, an area that we gapped, held that gap. It was strong through that gap for a while. All right, and it's since come back down through. So that's your level. You were to be able to get above that, work above it, there on a longer term time frame, kind of what I'm looking at. You're now up above the 50, so definitely some strength here. Definitely some good things to look at, some constructive stuff as far as the lift chart goes. Obviously, the trade is working out for the AI, but I don't know. For me, the AI is idea generation, the same as the rest of this software is. Not an end all be all to anything, because the AI isn't constructed around my trading plan. But obviously, I use it and I look at it because VRTS I'm heavily watching right now. Um, so this is an interesting one. Kind of a bummer the way this went down. Um, get a massive gap up on this, and she top ticks it, and we come all the way back down, test the low of the day before bouncing. So just kind of is what it is. Again, going back to most stocks putting their high of the day by 11 Eastern. I don't know about getting through that number or not now, but just kind of, bummer how that happened like that. All the same, goes back to, having a trading plan and things like that. The AI isn't constructed around anyone's trading plan. It's a scan that's back tested and optimized to the nth degree. Thousands and thousands of simulations each day to go into the next day to give us the best statistical probability. But the AI is set to go off when it's set to go off, in the sense that, I mean, when the stock meets its criteria, it meets its criteria. It isn't paying attention to, if the gap is overextended. It's just, a minimum gap, for example. I would suspect there's a minimum gap filter that's in this. What it is, I don't know. Whatever the original filter was is long since changed, probably thousands of times at this point on that strategy, breakout long. But me as a trader, even if I was an intraday trader, to try to grab something at that level off this gap up, no. And while there are appealing things on the daily chart about it, gapping up above all this stuff, that's really significant. Gapping up and holding that now, that seems like a big deal, especially because we call that a type of resistance right there at about $30, which is $3.50 away right now. And then you get through that, and then you're climbing the mountain all the way up to here. So there's some constructive stuff on this chart. Just happened to be maybe a little early on this for the AI. So we'll see how that shakes out. As I say, time will tell. But that's an interesting chart. Something when I do my scanning at the end of the night. All my scanning, includes a few different things, including the AI. This might be something that gets on my liked list for me watching it over the next few days. Watch and see maybe some consolidation here, because if this gap up holds and we get a couple of days of consolidation, some sideways movement, could be definitely one that has a beautiful risk reward to it. And what I'd be looking at for my specific trading style and plan would be looking at actually today's stop, this low of the day here, as my risk. And if we were to hold in this area, then all of a sudden I'm looking at my reward. Now, the only thing that changes with me is if I'll hold on all the way to the reward. My stop will never change. But if I don't like the price action moving up, or I think it's delayed and I'm up in the money, you better believe I'm selling some of that stock and moving my stop up along with it. But, we're up above all this. And so now I see, maybe this 29.50 range to $30 range somewhere as a reward. So now, we're talking if I'm getting in somewhere in between 27 and 28 bucks, my stop is down here and my reward somewhere up here. That's an okay risk reward for me. Absolutely, sir. If you're ready, you let me know when you're ready to come in. So, but that's, I use the AI as a watch list for myself, to find some good stuff. Whoops. And if you hear me, Sean, sorry, just seeing some of the messages you'd sent before. Perfect. You tell me when you're streaming, and I will stop streaming. So, all right, a couple minutes before Sean gets in here, take over and give you his 2 cents on the AI, maybe the markets, whatever Sean's got up his sleeve. But again, for anybody that's in here, we don't come with pre-done content. Generally speaking, for these Q&As, it's better when you create the content, when you ask the questions. We can talk about stuff all day long, but if it isn't specific to what you're looking for, we don't know how much it's benefiting you as far as the use of the software goes. And, as we mentioned, we don't teach trading, but, we talk about charts and things like that and the things we see on them and, how they may or may not be relevant to what you're looking at. If you're looking for confirmation on a chart from us, that's not something you're likely going to get. Sorry, the more I look at this, the more I want to like it. So that's that, the wins and losses here happening with the AI.
All right. Well, it appears I just cut Chris off. So. And now we got a little delay there. Okay, sorry. Hey, Chris. It appears I cut you off. Sorry about that. Anyway. Hey, guys. I'm Chicago Sean McLaughlin. Gonna give Chris a little break here. I'm giving Chris a little break. Chris is giving Barry a little break. Man, team effort around here. And boy, Chris, if you could hear me, I'm very impressed, man. You ran the marathon this weekend and you're back at it today, just crushing it. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, give our boy Chris a round of applause. What a great job. Ran the New York City Marathon this weekend. I don't know if he talked about that. He probably did. Anyway, this next hour is, this is kind of a weird day since Chris is filled in for Barry. So this next hour is not going to be a whole lot different probably than what you were doing with Chris there. We are going to handle Q&As or questions and answers. Typically every day at noon Eastern, this is what we do. Every trading day, noon Eastern, we do a live Q&A, and I typically handle Mondays, and Michael does Tuesday. Steve on Wednesday, Jamie Thursday, Andy on Friday, and Chris Varley fills in whenever needed and does a great job. So, you get some different perspectives, some different ideas, some different voices. All of us have a lot of combined market experience. That's for damn sure. But all of us kind of have done it in different ways. And so you're looking at my screen now. I took the screen over from Chris, and you're looking at the layout that I kind of keep open through most of the trading day as I work through my day. These are the things that are most interesting to me and my portfolio and my trading. And, I wanted to kind of throw it out there, do it a little bit different this week. And maybe this is a good way to kind of delineate from what you guys were doing with Chris earlier, is I wanted to open it up to people who maybe are trading options directionally. So if you're somebody who likes to trade options and you're looking for help getting better options ideas, I'm happy to show you ways that trade ideas can benefit you. Now, let's, full caveat here. When it comes to trade ideas is built for stock traders, right? Equities traders. We don't have all the fancy options data that hardcore options traders rely on. Things like, strike specific data, bids and asks on options, spreads data, monthly, all the different options series. Like, we don't have any of that stuff. Implied volatility. We don't have that data. We're not built for hardcore options trading, but I know there's a lot of you out there, because a lot of you ask me questions all the time. There's a lot of you out there who are, making directional bets using options, just doing simple buying calls when you're bullish and buying puts when you're bearish. And a lot of you are doing it with weekly options, and more of you are doing it with weekly options. I mean, if you just take a look at the options volumes in weekly options at the CBOE over the last 10 years, you'll see it's just like hockey sticking up and to the right. So there's a lot of people out there, a lot of day traders, a lot of active market participants who are using options instead of stock, options as a stock replacement to express their bullish or bearish theses. Is that a right word? Theses? It sounds too much like another word that starts with an F. Gross. Anyway. So really what I wanted to say is that if you are someone who is directionally trading with options, well, you kind of have a lot of the same needs that a directional stock trader has, right? You want to find the stocks that are moving. You want to find the stocks that are breaking out. You want to find the stocks that are setting up in ways that you like to set up, right? I mean, look, if I'm an options trader and I want to get long options, I'm still looking for the same setup that a stock trader is looking for, right? I mean, I get this question every time when we do the live Q&As, like, what's my favorite setup? I mean, it's almost like I get that question almost every week. What's my favorite setup? And you can see it right here on my layout. I got an alert window down here called all-time highs. I love buying stocks that are making all-time highs. Now, I don't buy every one of them, right? Like, you see there's a lot of stocks that came through here today, this morning, just in the last hour. I'm not buying every single one of these, right? I mean, some of these stocks have probably been making new highs repeatedly for a while, like this Brooks Automation. This is actually a position that I am in, so maybe I cherry picked this one. But, I mean, this thing's been making new highs, 8-9 days in a row. If I did not have a position on right now, would I buy this here today? No, I would not. I'll tell you when I did buy it right in here when it broke out, okay? Again, I'm cherry picking here, patting myself on the back, but this is an options position that I have. I bought some calls right here on this breakout. And so far, so good. It's working. Now, I went through that process and no different than a stock trader would. If you're buying stock, if I was simply buying shares, I would have done the same thing in this spot here on 1028. I would have bought shares, but instead I bought calls. And I knew that I wanted to buy this because I had this all-time highs list showing here on my screen. And when BRKS popped up for the first time back on October 28th, I said, hey, that's what I like. That's what I want in. And then I quickly went over to my options brokerage account and Bing, bang, boom, got into a trade, and here we are. 10 points later, and it's going my way. Now, do they all work out that way? Of course not. Again, I cherry picked one right there, right? But this is one way that I'm using trade ideas to generate ideas for me as an options trader to get into long trades. Now, it's Monday, so I'd be remiss if we didn't talk about the strength alerts. I'm going to go to the strength alerts channel here. For those of you who might be seeing this for the first time, let me give a little riff on this. This is a service that's free to all software subscribers. So if you're a Trade Ideas software subscriber, then in your channel bar, you will find this channel. It's called the Strength Alerts. And what happens is every Monday morning when you come in before the market opens, you're going to have a list of 5 new stocks that have been identified by a unique algorithm that we have generated here at Trade Ideas. My man Michael Noss is the kind of the brains behind this algorithm. He's created an algorithm that he back tested, 4 years worth of back testing plus a year of forward testing, and the back tests and the forward tests were quite simple. The way he did it, and I caveat, you should not. We're not telling you that this is how you have to trade these, but I'll just tell you how we traded them and how we back tested them. Is that we took every Monday morning, all the 5 ideas that we have right here. Let's say we're starting with a clean slate. We've got no positions on. I've got $10,000 in my account and I've got no positions on, all cash, right? So on day 1, Monday morning, we take all 5 of these stocks and we invest an equal amount of dollars, equally weighted into all 5 names. So just market order at the open, buy $2,000 worth of CYTK, $2,000 worth of WK, $2,000 worth of SPR, $2,000 of GE, and $2,000 of VG, right? However many shares that buys of each name, doesn't matter, but it's $2,000. Remember, I said I had a $10,000 account and I just equally invested all my money into these 5 names. And then what we did for the back test is we held those 5 names come hell or high water. No matter what they did, win or lose, we held them all week, throughout the week. And then on the following Monday, so 7 days later, we closed all 5 names, market order right at the open of trading at the opening bell, 9:30 Eastern, closed those trades at the opening print, and then reinvested whatever money we have left, hopefully a little bit higher, but it might not be more than 10,000, but whatever. We've reinvested all those proceeds into the next 5 new names because we update this list every weekend. And guys, it's that simple. And again, I'm not telling you that that's how you need to do this. You can apply your own risk metrics, your own stop loss plans and your own profit taking plans if you want, or you could have a longer time frame if you'd like. I mean, that's all well and good. But guys, if you go to this link here, I'm going to put it in here, TI Strength. Let me find the link here real quick. Why can't I find it? Here it is. It's staring me right in the face. So here's the link. Here's the link. I'm putting it in the chat panel. There it is, TI Strength. And if you go to that link and you look at the performance graph that we've got there, you'll see that just doing that simple method that I talked about there, basically 7-day holds for all these names, and just reinvesting your capital every month, or I'm sorry, every Monday morning, you would have crushed the S&P 500 over the past 5 years. Literally crushed it with such little work. I mean, it's embarrassing how little work it is. Now, look, I know a lot of you who come into trading, you like the action, you like to trade a lot, you want to get your hands dirty, you want to feel it, right? And nothing wrong with that. That's cool. But if you're looking for something simple, maybe you got another job, maybe you can't stare at the market all day long. You know, you're at your desk Monday through Friday while the markets are open because you're working for the man or whatever you're doing. Maybe you got kids at home and you just watch your kids, or maybe you're homeschooling. There's a lot of you who are still homeschooling out there these days. Whatever the case may be, if you don't have a lot of time, check out this TI Strength Alerts. I'm telling you, It's so simple. It's literally 3 minutes of work every Monday morning. I mean, how hard can it be? You enter 5 market orders to sell the previous week's positions, and then you take whatever money's left, divide it 5 ways, and invest that 5 into the new 5 ideas, and that's it. Market order entry, get in. That's it. I think that's pretty awesome. So, Andres, hope that was insightful to you. You said this is your first time hearing about the strength alerts. And guys, it's free to all Trade Ideas software subscribers. So just come to the Strength Alerts channel found in your channel bar right there. Also, if you are not a software subscriber to Trade Ideas, you've come into our live Q&As because you heard about it on Twitter or in email or somebody sent you here. All good. All good. You can actually, instead of subscribing to Trade Ideas software, you can subscribe to the Strength Alerts newsletter as a standalone subscription. It's only $17 a month. Every Monday or every weekend, you'll get an email. This is the email right here. If I stretch this out, an email will look something like this, but it kind of talks about what the market's doing, and then it gets into a little bit of detail of each trade. And you could get this emailed into your inbox every weekend for $17 a month. Right? I mean, what's that? Less than $5 a week? Less than $4 a week? I mean, come on. These are great ideas. Andres, what is the average return? I don't have that math for you. All I have to show you is the performance graph that you see on that link. So I don't have that data. I don't have that granular data for you, but I can tell you for the amount of effort you put in and the amount of win you get over time, it's an unbeatable value. I see your question, David. Don't you run the risk of taking all the fun out of it? Look, David, here's a little hard truth for you. And this is hard truth I had to learn the hard way. I've been trading for 23 years. I started in 1998. And I've seen it happen. Look, if you're trading for fun, well, there's far better things you can do out there to have far more fun that cost far less money than losing money in the stock market trying to get your kicks, right? If you, at the very least, if you take that money and go to Vegas, at least they'll give you free drinks and some eye candy to look at, right? Maybe you'll get some free hotel rooms and tickets to a show. Well, the stock market doesn't offer that for you. All right. So David, yeah, sorry about that. So I'm a little distracted. I've got a very large wasp flying around my office. I might have to do something about here. As long as he stays on the wall on the other side of my office, I think we're okay. But if he starts moving around, might have to take some physical action here. All right, so Lonesome Dove, here's your question. Do you personally take trades off of the strength alerts? Can you give us an example of one you might consider and run through the why? Very thoughtful question there, Lonesome Dove. And the answer is yes, I do take trades off of the strength alerts. Now, I probably should put my money where my mouth is and really start doing this deliberately the way we back tested it. I should probably do it with my son's account. I've been kicking around this idea and I've just been lazy. But my son's got a little investment account with Robinhood. It's just got a few $1,000 in it, and I really should start doing TI strength with my son's Robinhood account because the numbers bear it out. So Lonesome Dove, I don't do it systematically the way our back test is done, but that said, I have taken stocks off of this list, stocks that I've liked and put trades on. I don't think that I have a perfect process on how they do that. For me, it's more gut feel, but generally speaking, and I kind of touched upon this earlier when we were on my layout and I was showing you the all-time highs alert thing. If one of these TI strength alerts comes up and it's a stock that's at or near all-time highs, generally, for me, those are the stocks I like to trade because I love trading stocks that are making all-time highs. And here's why. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea. I know there's a lot of people out there that say, if a stock's making an all-time high, why would I want to buy that? That thing's due for a pullback. And you know what? You might be right. And many times you are right. But I love buying all-time highs, and here's why. Because when a stock is making an all-time high, every single holder of stock that is long stock, right? Every investor, let's call them, every single person is making money. They're sitting on open profits. And when you're sitting on open profits, you're feeling good, right? You're feeling good in the hood, not a care in the world. You're up money. You're up the most money you've ever been in the position. Things are good. On the flip side, if you're an unfortunate soul who is currently holding a short position in that stock, every single person out there holding a short position, whether it's a person, an institution, a hedge fund, whatever, every single one of them is currently losing money in that position. And the only way you can stop the bleeding when you're holding a short position is you got to cover the stock. You got to buy it back. And those people who are buying it back are just fuel to push the stock even higher, right? Because they're buyers, and they're desperate buyers sometimes, depending on how fast the stock's moving up. So they're going to buy at whatever cost to make the pain end. But anyway, when you have those dynamics going on in a stock making all-time highs, and you have basically no overhead supply, right? You don't have like a whole bunch of bag holders that bought, let's just use this VG for an example. You don't have a whole lot of people who are sitting at, $30. Who are like, I bought this stock at $30 2 years ago, 4 years ago. And if I just get back to 30, I'm going to sell here and I'm going to get back to even. And then, chalk it up as a lesson, right? You don't have any of that in a stock making an all-time high. There is no overhead supply. There's no wall of sell orders of people just waiting to finally get out of their positions that they've been losing in for so long, right? You don't have any of that with an all-time high. So I love all-time highs for those reasons. And look, if this VG, I don't think this is an all-time high. I haven't done the work, but let's just say for argument's sake, this is an all-time high for VG. It might be. I don't think it is, but let's say it is. If this stock's going to become a $100 stock someday, well, it's going to be making new all-time highs all along the way, right? At 18, at 19, at 20, $21 a share, $22 a share. Every single tick higher is going to be an all-time high. There's going to be a lot of room to run, and you have to do that, right? So that was a long-winded way of answering your question, Lonesome Dove. When I find a TI strength alert that comes through that is also knocking on the door of making an all-time high, a fresh all-time high, that's kind of my sweet spot, and those are the ones I like to play. And do they all work out? No, of course not. They definitely don't all work out. But they tend, but they're good ideas, right? And I can apply some tight risk management to them and do it that way. But one thing you're hitting on here, or one thing I'm hitting on here, Lonesome Dove, is that there's no one right way to make money in the markets. I share this anecdote all the time. You could fill a room filled with successful traders. Let's say you got a room with 100 successful traders in there, right? Now, there might be some commonalities amongst all those successful traders. There might be a few that are breakout traders. There might be a few that are mean reversion traders. There might be some that are value players and some that are momentum players. So there might be some commonalities, but I promise you, every 100 of those successful traders, every one of those guys and girls makes money in a unique way. They have some kind of unique special sauce that's unique to them. There might, like I said, there might be a lot of similarities between some people, sure, right? But I promise you, all 100 of those successful traders are making money in 100 unique ways. Now, the flip side of that is there's really, when it comes down to it, when you really boil it down, traders lose money for basically all the same handful of reasons, like the same 4 or 5 reasons. They're either over trading, they're not sizing their positions properly, they're trading too big, right? They're not honoring their stop losses. What's the other one? I don't know, but that, like I said, there's like 3 or 4, maybe 5 commonalities of why people lose money. And I call this the paradox of successful trading, right? It's like, I'm thinking about the room of 100 successful traders. There's an infinite number of ways to make money in the market, yet there's only 4 or 5 ways that everybody loses. So you would think that everybody would make money, right? But the cold reality is that if you study the brokerage accounts of the brokerage statements of all the major brokers out there, all the major retail brokers out there, they'll tell you that something in the neighborhood of 80 to 90% of most retail traders lose money, at the end of over the long run. It's the paradox of successful trading. There's an unlimited amount of ways to make money in the market, and that's what makes it appealing, and that's what makes it exciting. But we all lose because of the same 4 or 5 reasons. So it's crazy. It's madness. Anyway, guys, this is supposed to be a live Q&A, so any questions you have coming, I know Chris probably answered most of your live questions, and that's cool. That's great. Probably exhausted everything. Chris does a great job. But if you've just tuned in the last 20 minutes or so and you have questions, I'm here to answer your software-related questions as best I can. I'll just bring up my main layout here again. I see a question that came in here that I missed it. Just saw it now. Chris, do you ever use the RBI, GBI alerts? No, Chris, I don't. And that's only not because I don't like them. And let's bring these up so you guys know what I'm talking about. Let me go to my TI menu bar. Whenever I want to launch anything new, I click on the new button. And here, RBI, GBI. I'll open up an RBI 5. And I'll open up a GBI 5. And I'll explain what these are to everybody. If you've never seen these before. And these are a premium feature only available to premium subscribers. Little caveat. So right now these windows are empty. Okay, just had a couple things pop in. Great. So we can give some examples. So what is RBI and what is GBI? RBI, let's start here. RBI stands for red bar ignored. And the 5 is a 5-minute candle. So we're looking at a 5-minute chart right here on JD.com. So let me move these down and expand the chart a little bit so you can see this better. Let's blow it up. There we go. Okay, so notice how, I'm going to zoom in even more. Notice how in this chart, this is a 5-minute intraday chart. Check this out. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 consecutive green candles, followed by a red candle, and then boom, another green. So RBI stands for red bar ignored. So what this particular premium alert is looking for is it's looking for 4 or more consecutive green candles followed by a red candle. But it doesn't end there. If there's a red candle and there's only one and then it immediately resumes higher, that's when the alert happens. As soon as we trade above the previous red candle, then this red candle gets ignored. So basically what this is showing you is a stock that's got some strong momentum, took a little breather, right? Taking a break, and boom, now resumes higher. These can be powerful setups. Now, I'm just looking at a 5-minute candle, but we also have, 15 minutes. We got a bunch, right? 15, 30, right? Now, you'll notice these are 5, 15, 30. These are, by definition, intraday setups, right? So these are great setups for people who are intraday traders. Well, Chris, I don't day trade anymore. I am definitely a swing trader. I hold my positions for several days, several weeks if I'm lucky, even several months if they're really going my way. So I'm not looking for intraday trades, and that's what these premium RBI, GBI alerts are looking for. So no, Chris, I don't personally ever use them, but I do know that a lot of people do, and they can be very powerful alerts to help you get into stocks that had been strong and took a little breather and now are resuming that prior trend. So the GBI is basically just the inverse of the RBI. This is green bar ignored, right? So let's pull up this latest one here. You'll see Here we go. We got, I mean, this is a thinly traded stock, so maybe not the best example, but here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 red candles in a row. There was a green one, and then boom, we immediately resume lower. And as soon as we traded below that, the low of the green candle, we got the alert. Let's see if we can find a better one here. Here we go. This is a much better one. So here we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 red candles. Then we had a green candle. So that's when a thing starts paying attention. And as soon as we traded below that green candle right down here at 24.06, boom, that's when we got the alert. And this might end up being a great short if you like to trade on the short side. Here's NEP just fired. Yeah, same thing. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 red candles in a row. Had a little pause. Boom. Now, these alerts might not be for everybody, but this is what they are. So, well, Chris, I guess I answered your question, and then I gave a lot more color to everybody else. So I guess that's a win. Andres, okay, let me catch up with you. I spent yesterday all afternoon playing with custom formulas. Very fun. I tested them, paper trading today, and wow, what a powerful tool. Well, cool. I'm glad to hear that, buddy. That's awesome. That's awesome. Now, you're definitely talking expert level stuff here, right? I mean, we got a lot of guys. Most people who come to the Q&A here are more beginner level, and that's fine. Not making any judgment, but Andres, you're talking about custom formulas. That's a little bit more expert level stuff, and that's great. But what Andres is talking about is you do have the ability to add your own custom filters or tweak existing custom filters if you need to tweak them a little bit to something unique that you have, or if there's something that we don't have that you think we should have, we might be able to create it with a custom formula. But that's next level stuff. But awesome to hear it. So Andres, your question here is you want to know about position and range. Can you give an example of what the position and range filter does? Well, sure. You know what I can do? Let's do this. Let me reload this layout here, just kind of clean slate it. I've got a top list window here, the indices, where I have position and range. So let's just stretch this out a little bit. Notice these columns here. I got position and range here, and I got position in a 5-day range. So position and range, basically what this is just showing you is where is this stock, or in this case, it's an ETF. These are the ETFs, right? IWM, DIA, SPY, and QQQ. Where is the instrument currently in relation to its entire day range? So think of it this way. So let's highlight the IWM. In fact, let's bring up the chart so we have it, so we can kind of look at it. What this is showing you here is this cylinder basically says that this is the top, or this is the bottom low print of the day down here, and this would be the high print of the day right here, and the middle would be the mid range. And so this is, because it's red and down this way, it's kind of showing that we're kind of in the lower 25th percentile of the intraday range of IWM. And if you look at the intraday chart here, you can kind of see it. So market open right here. Okay. I'm in the mountain time zone, so it's 7:30 for me when the market opens. But you could see we traded up as high as 24.50-ish, and we traded as low as, I'm guessing this candle here was somewhere in this area, traded as low as 24.72. And where we're at right now, we're much closer to the low of the day than we are to the high of the day, right? So that kind of bears out with this little cylinder. So that's visually what position and range is doing. Now you could set a filter. All right, if you want to, if you have a top list or an alert window, and let's go under the hood here. And if I have position in range, I'm just pulling up the filter here. Like we have a variety of various ranges you could choose from: 5-minute range, 15-minute range, 60-minute range. But let's just use the general position range. That's just for the day. If I add this filter, I can actually set minimums and maximums. Like let's say I'm only interested in looking at stocks. Let's say I'm a breakout buyer. I like to buy stocks that are, making new highs on the day, but I want to get kind of a heads up. I want to see stocks that are close to their high of the day, but they're not quite through it just yet. Well, you could use a position and range filter, set the minimum at say, let's say 80, and set the max at 99. And then this will show you all stocks that are, within 20% of their intraday range to the high of the day. If I click this little show me button, it'll give you a little bit more color. The price is between 80 and 99% above the low of the range. That's just kind of computer speak for no more than 20% off the high of the day. Okay. So that's what position and range filter is. It's a great tool for, kind of separating out stocks that are in downtrends. When you like to buy stocks that are in uptrends, you don't want to look at the stocks that are at the lows of the day. That's not your thing. I mean, there's a variety of ways to use position and range filters, but that's an obvious one. So, Andres, I hope that answered your question. Okay, Lonesome Dove. Actually, before I go to you, Lonesome, let me just answer Kurt's question because we were just talking about RBI, GBI. RBI, GBI are intraday alerts. Yes, they're just looking at intraday because if I go here and show you. See how they say RBI 5, RBI 15, RBI 30. Those are 5-minute candles, 15-minute candles, 30-minute candles. So it's really just intraday alerts. All right, Lonesome Dove. Steve was talking about a custom formula he uses called Michael's Stop. Do you have any idea what that is? I think I do, Lonesome Dove. I believe what he's talking about is Michael, and look, I'm not saying this is the best way to trade or the only way to trade, but this is what Michael does, and it works for him, is as an intraday trader, when Michael puts trades on, he will often use the high or low of the day for his stop, depending on whether it's a long or short position, right? So if he's buying a stock, he's long, he'll use the low of the day as his stop loss level. So he'll hold that position all day as long as it doesn't break the low, right? And the low price is his stop. Conversely, if it's a short trade, he got short, as long as the stock stays below the high of the day, then he's all good. So I'm pretty sure that's what Michael's stop, that's what Steve's referring to. That's more for people who are using Brokerage Plus to auto trade strategies. And again, that's a little bit more expert level stuff. But since I brought it up, I'll just let everybody know. Brokerage Plus, if you aren't aware of this already, this is a module within the Trade Ideas software that allows you to trade direct from our platform to a connected brokerage account at either Interactive Brokers or E-Trade. So if you got an E-Trade account or an Interactive Brokers account, you might want to look at this. I'm demoing the simulated trader right here. You can see right here it says connected to Trade Ideas Simulated Trading. But the simulator works exactly like live trading. And these are all my open positions right now, sorted by my unrealized gains. So the biggest winners are here at the top. My losers are down here at the bottom. But you can send trades with just a couple of clicks. You could do it manually, send trades right from Trade Ideas into your Interactive Brokers account, or you could even auto trade strategies. You can auto trade your own custom strategy. So basically, anytime you see an alert window, an A window, all-time highs in this case for me, right? But basically, an alert window is also a strategy window. We kind of use those two phrases interchangeably. You can set this as a strategy, and you can have this auto traded. So anytime a stock makes an all-time high, you buy it. That could be your strategy, right? I'm glossing over a whole lot of details here, but you could certainly make this a strategy. And maybe your risk management parameter is, I will exit the trade at the low of the day if these are long trades. So Lonesome Dove, that's what he's talking about. There's a formula that users can use to exit at the low of the day, and there you go. So I believe I'm caught up on all the questions for now, everybody. I got 25 minutes left to hang out with you, and then I'm going to pass the mic, I think, back to Chris. Not sure. I'll have to ping him back channel here. I'm not sure if Barry will be back or what. Let me just ask it. Stand by as I ask Chris a question here back channel. All right, so I'm waiting for Chris's response, but guys, so for the next 20 minutes, if you're sitting on a question, I don't care if it's a beginner's question or an expert level question or whatever, or anything in between, throw it in here. I'll do my best to tackle your question for you, give you examples, show you how it all works. As Chris mentioned right before I took over, like these aren't, we don't have any canned material here that we're planning on discussing, not usually. These are just meant to be open forums for people to get help. David, yeah, I've been slacking on that curated AI swing trade watches. I've been doing trades. I've just been slacking on updating that list because I don't know. I don't feel like a whole lot of people have been watching it, and it just didn't feel worth a whole lot of effort. David, you seem to be the only one who cares. But let's see what's going on. I mean, and just so you know, I mean, all these trades here, I mean, these are trades that have come from that process. Well, that and the strength alerts. But let's do them right now. Let's go through the process. What David is asking me about, guys, is, and I'm happy to go through this real quick, is we get asked all the time about Holly, our AI engine, about, can Holly be used for swing trading? And Holly, as it's currently constructed within our platform, is built for day trading. Okay, all the trades that the AI engine gets into, she's out of them before the market closes every day, and that's by design. But I've kind of hacked it to my own benefit to use the Holly AI as kind of my bullpen for finding great swing trades. And the reason being is quite simple. Holly has identified a catalyst that got her into the trade in the first place, intraday, right? That catalyst can be any of a million things, right? It could be stocks making a new all-time high, stocks breaking through significant support, stock is crossing a key moving average, or there's an uptick in insider buying. I mean, there's hundreds of reasons why Holly will get into a trade, but whatever that catalyst is, it has the potential to move a stock for several days or several weeks. Holly AI currently closes the trades intraday because it's in service of day trading, but it doesn't mean that the catalysts that she identified aren't valid past 4 p.m. Eastern today. So with that in mind, what I like to do is I like to go through all the long trades that she's done today, because I only like to swing trade from the long side. Okay. So I've got this little AI strategies window here that I just go to. If you don't have one, you can go to your TI menu bar, you go to new, and you launch AI strategy trades window. That's how I got this. And I've got it filtered to just show me long strategies, right? I don't care about the short trades because I'm only interested in buying stocks for swing trades. So these are all the long trades she's done today. And what I'll do is you'll notice I got 4 charts across the top of my screen. They're all looking at the same stock. They're just on different time frames. So starting from the left, I got a monthly chart, then a weekly, then a daily, then a 5 minute. So really what I'm paying attention to here on each chart is I'm looking at the first 2 charts, the long-term ones, the monthly and the weekly. I want to see exactly this, right? I want to see stocks that are moving from the bottom left to the upper right of the chart. And this one, really, wow, what a move this one's having. And it's because I like to have the wind in my sails. I don't want to fight trends. I want to buy stocks that I think are going to continue moving in the direction they've been moving. Now, this one is a little bit extended, but by definition, this is what I'm looking for. So I'm going to buy this stock and hold my breath. But the nice thing is that, I've got predefined risk management. I close all my trades. I have a stop loss at least when I put the trade on, I got a stop loss level at 5% away from my entry price. So in this case, the stock's trading around, 84.18. So my stop loss will be 5% away. So maybe about, $4 and change lower. And I got it all set up. So I just make a couple of clicks and I'll show you. I just right click in any one of these charts, hit trade LSCC. And I've got 2 strategies to choose from. I'm going to choose buy using swing trade buys. So I'm going to click on it and look at that. If I go to my executions tab in Brokerage Plus, you will see in just a second, there it is, popped in, LSCC. I bought 47 shares at 84.22. Now, again, this is a simulated trader. This is not real money. But why did I get filled on 47 shares? Like, how did that math happen? Well, I've got it set up through Brokerage Plus, and we can walk through that too if anybody has any questions. But I've got it set up so that any trade that I put on, I'm risking $200 of my capital. All right. And I'm risking $200, or I'm using that input and throwing in where my stop loss is to do the math, right? So let's walk through an example. Let's say I'm buying a $100 stock, and my stop loss is always going to be 5% away. So in this case, if it's a $100 stock, 5% away from $100 would be 95. So 95 would be my stop loss level. So if the stock trades down to 95, I'm out, right? Well, the difference between my entry price, which would be 100, minus my stop, which is 95, equals $5. So basically, I'm risking $5 per share on any trade that I put on. Well, if I'm willing to risk $200 of my trading capital on any one idea, I will take $200, divide it by 5, which is how many dollars per share I'm risking, and that results in 40. That's how many shares I would buy. I would buy 40 shares. Now, yeah, you could do all that math yourself, and it takes a little time, might slow you down, but why not use the system to do it easy, to do all the math for you? I just did a couple clicks and boom, it did all the math for me. It bought me 47 shares because it knows that if my stop gets hit, I'm going to lose $200. And it shows on the chart here, you can see the little red line. It shows my stop loss level, my stop order working, and my stop is at $80. And if my stop were to get hit right now, I'll walk away with a loss of approximately $200. Perfect. Now, I'm not sure how we got on that. Oh yeah, I got on that riff because I'm going to go through all these trades and show David how I make my trades, and we'll just do them right here. So David, add LSCC to your list if you want to follow along, because that's one I just entered. Mara, same thing, up and to the right. I like this chart. I'm just gonna go ahead and buy, and I do this quickly, guys. I just go right through. So I know I got my risk management in place. I know I'm risking the same amount of money for every trade. I mean, there's freedom in that, guys. There's freedom. Now I know some of you might be snickering. Well, he's trading on the simulator. It's not real money, and you're absolutely right. It's easy to be pretty cavalier when you're trading on a simulator, but guys, with my real money, I do trade very similarly to this. So this is not just shooting from the hip. But I'm doing this because I'm demoing. I do live one-on-one sessions or training sessions with our customers, and people want to know how to use the simulated trader. So I'm using it regularly so that I always have something to show everybody. And so there you go. So you can see all my executions right here. If I go back to my positions tab, these are all my open positions now. The new positions I just entered are in here. All good. All right, let me see if I need to catch up here in the questions panel. Andres, is there a news filter? We do have news available within Trade Ideas, but we do not have a news filter. All right, so if you go to any single stock window, here's a single stock window, right? It's got the letter S. Okay, that's how you know it's a single stock window. If you see the tabs here across the top, if you go to news, this is where you can get all the latest headlines on whatever stock you're looking at, and you can then you can click on any one of these, and I believe it'll open up. Yeah, it'll open up the web link of whatever that news item is. So you can get news in Trade Ideas, but we don't have any news filters that you could use for alerts. It's just not something we think has much value. You could disagree, and you're welcome to. That's what makes a market, but we don't trade off of news here. Okay, Kurt says, can you walk through setting up a strategy trade in Brokerage Plus for the strength alerts picks? Yeah, I mean, Kurt, in fact, I'll enter all these orders right now. I'll enter all these positions right now, and it's really just the same process that I just did before. So if I click on this CYTK, I'll bring up the chart. For me to enter a swing trade, I just right click in here, hit trade, buy, and boom, I just got in. And CYTK is showing up in my trading blotter right here. There's my Brokerage Plus. There's my entry, right? And I'll just go, let's move this down. Let's just minimize that. I'll just go down the list and open up all these stocks, look at the chart, right click, trade, buy. I'm now in. I mean, look how easy this is, guys. This is doing it manually. I know that you can auto trade with Brokerage Plus, and a lot of people do that, and that's cool. But I think for me, I think just it makes it so easy for manual trading, and I'm much more of a manual trader. I just can, right click and boom, I'm in my positions. It's great. So I just entered there. You can see my stop loss order here is working at 1631. There's my approximate loss if I get hit. Yeah, that's how I do it. I mean, there's really no thinking involved when it comes to the TI strength. I mean, let me take that back. Again, we don't tell you how you should trade the strength alerts. Okay, that's not for us to decide how you trade. We're not your financial advisor. We cannot make, we can't tell you what to do. But you can have the confidence of knowing that these stocks that are showing up on this TI strength screen, especially on Monday mornings when they're fresh ideas, like these stocks are satisfying the algorithm that we've generated, that we've created to identify stocks that are showing momentum and showing potential based on a bunch of characteristics that we've back tested, showing potential for significant gains. I know many of you are familiar with the IBD 50, right? Investors Business Daily 50 list. Investors Business Daily is not telling you how to invest in those names. They're not telling you, okay, you need to buy it and you need to size your position this way. You need to get in here and get out there. They're not really telling you that. They're just telling you that based on their research going back hundreds of years, that the stocks on this list are demonstrating the qualities and the characteristics of past winners that have gone on to huge gains, right? Well, the strength alerts, much the same, right? I mean, these stocks that are popping up here in the list, they're demonstrating characteristics of stocks that went on to become great swing trades. So you might trade them differently. And in fact, many people do trade them differently. But the way I just did it, I just ripped through all of them, got in, and I got my stop loss 5% away. And, that's what works for me. And yeah, I really got to get on that for my son's account. Why not? Thing's kicking butt. All right, folks, I got about a little more than 10 minutes left to hang with you. I'm not going to take your bait. I'm not going to take your bait about football talk. But if you're sitting on any questions, if you're new here, you've been kicking the tires of the platform and you need some help with something, whatever it is, let me know. We'll see if we can hammer it out for you. Sounds like Chris is going to take over here for me when we get back to the top of the hour. Let me just confirm that. Oh, no, I apologize. Barry will be back at the top of the hour. Good old Barry. Barry in the old trading room will have your back at the top of the hour. So that's good news. If Barry's listening right now, we'll make fun of him a little bit. He's enjoying his morning cereal. He's on the West Coast, so it's still morning where he's at. He's enjoying some cereal at the moment. Barry, I hope it's crunchy. All right. Boy, what's going on in the crypto? I mean, you guys, any of you guys crypto traders? We got a little crypto channel here. I'm just opening up right now. This kind of just dials you into stocks that have some kind of exposure to the crypto space. These are not cryptocurrencies, obviously, but these are stocks that are doing something, that are moving because they have exposure to the Bitcoin space and cryptocurrency space. So if you want to get involved in cryptocurrencies but not actually trade cryptocurrencies, you might want to spend some time on this channel. There's been a lot of action. I mean, goodness, look at some of these ideas. I mean, look at this stock, Mara. This thing's tripled, more than tripled in the last month. Crazy. right. Well, we seem to be running into a stalemate on questions, which is fine. That's okay. I know Chris was handling a lot of questions before I came in, and Chris does a great job. So I'm pretty sure he exhausted most of the questions. So thank you, Chris, if you're still listening. Thank you for making my job easy today. But I do see that there are 48 of you here in the room. So I promise, if you got something on your mind that you're hesitating to ask, but you really want to know the answer, I promise if you're asking the question, there's somebody else on this thread who will also benefit from the answer. So don't be shy. Come on in. We're all friends here. Except Aya. Aya, you and I aren't friends today. I see what you're doing and we're not friends. Yeah, David, I'm long MicroStrategy. Yep. I mean, it's a Bitcoin play, and we're having a nice day today. That's for sure. That's for sure. Yeah, Michael likes Kraken. Michael's in Canada. That's why he's not allowed to open up Coinbase accounts and things like that. I mean, I don't know. I don't know who the best broker is to trade cryptocurrency. I use Coinbase Pro. I'm not saying that's the best or the easiest or whatever, but that's what I use to trade cryptocurrencies. Okay, Andres, how do you set up automatic stop profit in Brokerage Plus? Well, I believe what you're asking is how do I have a strategy that has some buys or has a profit target where it'll get me out of my position and a stop loss. Well, I got a couple strategies here. Here's my swing trade buys. So I'll just use this as the example. And I just right click on this strategy and choose edit trading strategy. You could also create one from scratch, but we'll just edit this existing one. And this brings up this trading strategy window. And you get 5 tabs across the top. So you're asking about stop loss and profit target. So let's start with the risk management tab first, okay? Here's where you set the stop loss, okay? You want to make sure you got a check in that box. And then actually, hold on. Let me back up. You want to, is it here? Where is it? No, it is right here. Yeah. Oh, that's right. I could use it. I could have it set to none if I had no stop loss working. That's right. I was confused. Like, wait, where do I turn stop loss on and off? So if you use stop losses on the risk management tab, what you want to do is you want to go in here and you got 3 different options for a stop loss. And I'll go through them real quick. Well, let's forget filter. All right, filter is, that's an option. It's more advanced, but you could use a variety of filters to use to get out. But we're not going to get into that. That's nerdy stuff, and I don't want to confuse people. I don't want to scare the children. Right? Let's stick with the basics. You could use a strict dollar stop loss, which I don't recommend unless you tend to trade stocks that are all similarly priced, which is unlikely. But you can set a dollar stop loss where you can set the number to be like, okay, anytime I'm down $1 or anytime I'm down 50 cents, there's a dot there. That's my stop loss. So I'm willing to risk 50 cents of a move, and that's my stop, right? Again, I don't recommend that because look, a 50-cent move in Amazon looks a lot different than a 50-cent move in a $20 stock, right? I prefer the percent. So here you choose percent. You can set the offset. I use 5%, but you could choose any number you want. But I use 5%. Okay. So that's how you set your stop loss. And similarly, if you want to do a profit target, I've got none, but you could set a profit target. You can go through the same process. You could do a percent, which is what I would recommend to do, say, I don't know, 20. This is kind of like as a swing trader. I don't think too many intraday traders are going to find 5% stop loss levels and 20% profit targets to be acceptable. But if you're a swing trader, this could be very good. So I could set my profit target right there. And if I hit OK, then anytime I put on one of these long swing trades, it's not only going to have this stop loss working, but also this profit target. The orders will be working. I'm going to cancel this because I don't want that for my strategy. But that's how you would do that, Andres. I hope that was hope that made sense. let me know. We got a few more minutes here. We could tackle it if you need more color on that. But yeah, just any existing strategy you have, you just right click on it and get into the edit trading strategy. Now, if you're building one from scratch, just right click anywhere in this window, hit new trading strategy, and just kind of you work through the same windows. Andres, I'm not sure what you mean by outsized positions. You just talk about like large dollar stocks like this MSTR that's like an $861 stock, or Amazon that's a, what is it, $3,500 stock? Or is that what you're asking about? Like, how do we manage risk on these large share price stocks? If that's your question, okay, you're asking about the strength channel. Okay, let's go to the strength channel real quick. So how do I mean, I can't tell you how you should trade your portfolio, but all I can tell you is that how we size our positions is we just equally invest 20% of our equity into all 5 names. Okay, so I do that manually. I'm not doing that auto trading. And, you know, for me, it's just, you know what? Okay. I think I know what you're saying. I'm confusing myself. So what you would need to do here, let's get into this here. Let me go to my edit trading strategy, risk management. Okay. So you're asking about risk sizing. So this is what you would do. And if you're going to invest a different amount of money every time, you're going to have to change this every time. Okay. But if I was using this swing trade buys to get into my trades, which I am, right? In the order details tab, this is where you can set your position sizing. So for me, I've got it based on stop loss. And I talked about that a little bit earlier. I'm willing to risk $200 of my capital on any one trade. So any trade I get into, it's going to risk $200 based on where my stop loss level is, which is right here, 5% away. That's on the next tab. But for the strength alerts, the way I was talking about there, we're just investing an equal amount of money into 5 names. So let's say I'm just starting from scratch, right? And I got a $10,000 account. That means I'm going to, divide my $10,000 across 5 names. So I'm going to invest $2,000 per name, right? So in this case, I would go to position sizing and do my position sizing based on fixed dollars. Okay, so fixed dollars, and then I would set this to $2,000. And so what's going to happen here is anytime I click buy using this algorithm, it's going to buy $2,000 worth of stock, however many shares that buys. It could be 10 shares, it could be 5,000 shares. It doesn't matter. It's going to invest $2,000. All right, so you might have to go into this every time. Like if you're doing the strength alerts the way we did in the back test, where you're constantly reinvesting your money every month or every week, let's say your account started at 10 grand and then you invested this week and you made $500 after you've closed your previous 5 positions. Well, you'd have to now do 10,500 divided by 5, which is 2,100, right? So you'd have to come in here and change this number to 2,100 and then do it that way. So I'm glad I got your answer there. Good question there, Andres. And hey, so that brings us to the top of the hour. I think we've exhausted all questions. Barry's going to take over the room here. And for those of you who just joined us in the last hour, Barry runs our live trading room that can be found at this very same address, this YouTube link that you're at right now. Come back here anytime during live trading hours, and you'll either find Barry in the live trading room, which he's our resident expert. He's a live trader trading with real money, using the Trade Ideas software to guide his every trading decision. You get to look over his shoulder, and better yet, you could even ask him some questions. Now, he's got a lot of people in his trading room, so he does his best to answer as many questions as he can, but he doesn't get everybody. But that's why we do these live Q&As, so we can definitely focus on answering your software questions. Anyway, Barry appears to be ready, so I'm going to pass it back to him. Okay, you're up, Barry. So guys, the next voice you hear will be Barry in the live trading room. Take care, everyone. Hope you all have a great trading week. I will talk to you on the flip side. Barry's up next. Take care.
So if there were any questions that were posed while I was gone, I'm just trying to do a scan. I don't see any, but in case I missed any, just repost them, please. There's even the, wow, look at Blink, 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 Blink. BLNK. Some of these are just going to, you know, we could look back and just look at some of these and say, oh my goodness, what sort of swings could they have been? I always find them a little bit more difficult intraday, but, you know, if we truly believe that this is really, really the start, Blink got up to 64 at one point, and it got down to 27. But it is on the move. Nigerian says he added to positions, and all right. So let me see. Can you guys hear me in YouTube? Don't know if Sean has left yet. All right, got to put an alert for DCPH at the high right there. 1004, takes that out later. I am probably a buyer, especially, but as always, I want to see some volume to take it right through. Thank you, Eamon. Okay, you guys can hear me, okay. So I'm talking about the DCPH. Big comeback day. Above Friday's high. Came on my option scanner. Disregarded it. Came at 931. Got up to 10. Ooh. Boy, my option scanner has really had some good ones. I see 1244 EVGO, 1267. Man, this is what I'm talking about, guys. Again, this is shareable. EVGO, 1267. Not that long ago, right here. Got up to 14 something. How did the SGBX do? It's interesting. I'm still seeing things gapping up, making new highs. Yeah, I do see that the market has drifted down. SPY is just basically flat. Dow is just up a little. NAS is up just a little. And yet, most of the things that I'm seeing are still making new highs. There's that EVGO just made another new high. And look, and the BEAM, BEEM, a lot of volume just came in, I think. Look at the volume that just came in. Doesn't trade very much, 8 million in the float. It's only traded 640,000, which is 7.6 times normal. But look at the volume that's coming into it now. I just can't chase this one, but I mean, Blink is just through that 200-day moving average. Let's see if that really leaves it behind tomorrow and the days after. So just before I left, Vino was alive. Let me see what happened with Vino. Yeah, not much. UPH, I see, showed up on my option scanner. at 261. Got up now, didn't really move. You know, just before I left, Jobs was actually on the way up. I noticed this little break here, but now it is starting to drift down. JOBS. KDNY actually is an earnings play. Did not know that. KDNY is an earnings play. And just looking at the AI, I see that the AI hopped all over Mara. Crypto play, of course. Okay, I'm going to watch this kidney to see if it has had a little bit of a pop here. See if this is just brief and continues down again. Kidney as in KDNY. All right, just going to stick an alert for this one just underneath 1350. Still has a little bit of room to the 13 level. I wish I'd seen it just a little bit earlier, but it was when I was gone. I mean, that's a great break right here, 1460. And I see we had a bunch of halts and resumes for ARBE. Halted a couple of times on the way up, and now down. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. X drifting down. I know it was in my watch list, but it is drifting down now. Had a nice big pop in the pre-market, and then it popped up when the market opened, but it is now just starting to drift down. And that is US Steel X. Yeah, you're right. PPSI. It just took out 7. I have this one thumbnailed. PPSI. It just took out 7 again. No volume though. Little bit of volume peeking out here on the 5. Like to see some volume coming in the 15s. See what's happened? I mean, it's just sort of rested. However, this 15-minute candle still has about 5 minutes to close. Let's see if this volume can sustain it. And I think it, did it get halted? Yeah, actually it got halted. PPSI just got halted too. Yeah, it just got halted. PPSI got halted. Let's see where this could open. No big clue right now. I mean, I see 711, 712. So no big clue where this is going to open. Talking about the PPSI. Okay, get this down. I'm a little transfixed by the kidney, guys. I'm just wanting to see if it really gives up 1350. Right now, it's just kind of resting around 1350 KDNY. These are obviously the warrants, EVGO. We got the warrants also. Yeah, so I wouldn't read too much into that right now on that. I know what you're looking at, PPSI. What I have here, I have 711, 712. This is from Interactor Brokers, okay? That's what I have. I'm disregarding this 596, but this is what I have, 711, 712. Usually it's pretty bang on, but all right, guys, rail. Big infrastructure mover, rail. And that just came in my option scanner at 526. Okay, so this is going to be a 5-minute halt. This will open at 1:14 plus 49 seconds. So a little more than a minute from now. That's for the PPSI. Give me one moment, please. I am muted. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I was going to say that with the I don't know how long I was muted. With the PPSI, I had a lot of time to get into it after the halt. Well, a lot of time. I mean, so when I say a lot of time, when it came out of the halt, it didn't pop like 30 or 40 cents just like that. So you had enough time to get it if you want to take a trade like that. All right, well, DCPH. All right, on the way down, OTRK, OTRK, on the way down. What do we have? This is from the option scanner. This is looking for abnormal activity on the way down. And it looks like it's got some support around 858, 860 or so. So it's a little bit of room breaking down through 9. All right, PPSI. So again, the halt was at 115. Okay, this could open in 20 seconds if it's going to be another 5-minute halt. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and it opened, and it opened. Wow, a little bit higher. Wow, this is really rocking, guys. Again, this was one that, one of those ones that you could have played on a halt resumes because it did not pop after the first halt. It gave you time to get in if it meets your trading style. Wow. Well, guys, what can you say about PPSI? The next high looking left is 831. Nope, not anymore. Next high looking left on the weekly is 1024. How's the rail doing? Okay, so rail again from the option scanner. Looking left, 543 is on the month. I mean, again, I've been. I don't know if this is really going to stall it, but I mean, it looks like there's a lot of resistance around 550. It did get through the 200-day moving average today. Big infrastructure play, of course. Interesting because trade ideas. Interactive Brokers did not have any shorts for PPSI. But good for you. All right, kidney, you are now below or right at that 50-cent level again. KDNY. Well, I'm just waiting on one to see if it really pops. You probably know I'm in the DCPH. I mentioned that one on a 10 break. I just want to see if it really pops here, and that is the DCPH. Meanwhile, I had to exit my blue short because I went away. But another new low now for blue. Just watching the time and sales on DCPH. Blue was an all-day short. An all-day short. Wow. Even though it was down so much. Even though it was down so much on Friday, continuation. Mr. Portnoy, yeah, he's a classic. This has just been a spectacular one from my option scanner, guys. The DCPH, it's almost $1. I didn't take it way down there, as you know. But man, oh man, it's almost $1 move. And this is what I'm talking about. Look at the alert. That was the first alert we had in the option scanner at 9:31. And we are now at 10:28. No idea where this is going. I mean, it obviously has no resistance. I mean, it's not going to get back up to 40, but you know, it has no chart resistance for the DCPH. Bitcoin's had a bit of a rocky run. Look at this, the ETF for Bitcoin, BITO. Not a rocky run, but I mean kind of a choppy. Looks like it wants to get down below that low now. Never get tired of it, the pony pump. For those who don't know, it's hilarious. Well, Cam, you know me. Anything's possible. I mean, obviously, solar, EV. I mean, they're all. I mean, for solar had a big pop this morning. Interesting because that was the trade of the week. But the suggested entry was 117.60. Of course, it was above that in the pre-market. Got all the way up here. Now pulled back down to that level. But I mean, Cam, I don't know. I mean, it's what to make of this right now. I mean, first solar popped and then it dropped. I mean, it dropped $10, right? Almost $10. I try not to I don't make any predictions about what I think is, I mean, obviously EV is strong today. Crypto was strong anyway, infrastructure, but you know, it depends on your time frame. I mean, if you think EV is going to be, you know, the way of the future, then, but on an intraday basis, you know, things are just going to go up and down. Okay, guys, so now, as I've said a million times, well, not maybe a million times, I tend to exaggerate. You've got to trade them. So if you got into the DCPH, well, certainly if you got in down here, but even on that 10 break like I did, you've got to trade them. One of the things that really not worries me about a trade like this, but for all the reasons that it got knocked down on Friday, they're still around. I mean, it's not like all of a sudden the company's come out and said, hey, forget about, I don't know why the daily chart's not showing, just give me a moment. Okay, so for all the reasons why it got knocked down, they're still there. It's just that, there are traders out there that, like me, looking to take advantage of a bit of a bounce. Exactly. It's not that they're going to come out and say, you know what, those results that they acknowledged on Friday, we've re-examined them and now it's okay. Of course not. But trading is all about, finding. If you look at a little bounce play, you don't quite. I mean, you can always question. Well, why are people doing this? Well, because there are enough other people and other rooms, other areas of the world that they're looking at the same thing, and they're saying, okay, we'll take a shot on this for a while. I'm not in PPSI anymore. Man, oh man, I mean, we saw this in the pre-market. We saw the float, 4 million. So we had an idea that this could be super active. Regardless of what anybody thinks about the press release, it doesn't really matter. It's an EV play. EV is strong today. It's that simple. They had a press release. And it really doesn't matter. Big deal. The launch of its eBoost portfolio, blah, blah, but it doesn't matter. Well, you got my interest now that it's underneath 13 again. And that's for the EVGO. Well, it did great from my option scanner from 1267 all the way up to 14 something, and now, opportunity to take advantage on the short side. But remember, it is in the sector du jour. Certainly today, anyway. All right, guys, this one is starting to show up. This EYPT, I remember this one back around here. EYPT, nice run so far. Wow, PPI, I'm not in it anymore, but PPSI over 9 now. Over 9. All right, get down into the low 70s, maybe the 60s for EVGO. I don't know if I'd be long and strong or strong like you. Okay, Becca and William. I don't know how to, maybe Real can show you. I've made you guys mods, okay? Now what does that mean? So basically what that means is, why I was a little worried leaving, just in case, just looking at deleting posts, things like that, keeping people on track. Mainly though, it's for the really, some guy comes in and either A, is trying to spam the room with another website, or worse. And you can imagine what worse could be. Becca, I don't know. I wish, I just asked the developer, he said he's made you guys mods, so maybe Real can help. You log in as a mod, there you go. So you probably have to leave, come back in, log in as a mod. You probably then can change colors and all that sort of stuff. Again, I'm not trying to put any pressure on you guys to do anything. It's just, when I'm gone, like for that hour, it's just nice that I know there's somebody there who is comfortable and competent enough to make the right decisions. There you go. William figured it out. You guys are both figured out. You're on the right-hand side. Yeah, you're on the right-hand side. Okay. And I do it with Becca and William because they're here all the time. Hopefully nobody feels slighted. It's not a matter of, and that's the reason, as well as I have to trust that they're not going to boot people just because they don't like them. It's not. I know they're not going to do that. And I don't even think Real has had to ban anybody. It's just a matter of deleting a post every now and then. Well, we don't want red. We want you guys to be different. Well, You know what? You guys can do what you want to do. It doesn't really matter. Ah, my goodness, PPSI. Okay, guys, now what am I looking at here? Oh, PPSI. I wish I'm not in it anymore. What a runner. Now let's take a look left. Looking left, the next high is 1024 on the monthly chart. Not that far away. Yeah, I don't know about the EVGO. I better take out 70 again. I sort of feel like I'm wasting my time with it instead of somehow hopping back in that PPSI, but boy, Blink and PPSI. Wow. Non-stop now for Blink and PPSI. Okay, so I'm out of the EVGO, basically flat. I'm just thinking that these EV plays are just too strong right now. If it gets back into the 70s, I may look at it again, but I'm out of the EVGO short, basically flat. But I hope it keeps going down for you. I could get back in if it gets into the 70s. Yeah, no, I'll also be shutting the room down at 3. At 3:30, Chris takes over in the YouTube room, so there's a half-hour gap, but very glad I got out of that one now. Sorry, Zach. I'm sure I didn't influence it that much, but I mean, these EV plays are just too strong right now, whether they should be or not. All right, I see what you did there, Eagle Guy. Well, it'll be interesting. Tomorrow after hours today, they have earnings. Quadruple U, haven't seen that one. I don't think it showed up any one of my scanners. Now the reason, the relative volume is too low. But obviously, real probably shorter this one. Well, guys, I don't know. I may have to take this one long. It takes this out right here, 1330 or so. It's got room, so I'm just sticking an alert. I mean, it may get down to where Zach thinks it could go later, but right now I'm going to stick an alert around 1336 for EVGO. Just don't take green. I guess I'm green, right? Yeah, don't take green. Well, guys, there it goes without me. PPSI through 10, like nothing. Well, if you're in the pre-market with me, you know I said this could be the crazy one today, and it's the crazy one today. PPSI. Why? Look at the float. 4 million in the float. It's the only way something can be up a couple 100%. Nothing stopping Blink right now. Wow, just straight up like PPSI. 40. Let's see. We're next high looking left on the weekly chart. 44, almost $45. Wanting to see if EVGO wants to pop from here. Well, I don't know what the next high for PPSI is. I mean, just look left on the weekly chart and you'll see where the... Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I see. I do see what you meant. Okay, so the next high in the monthly chart is 1150. And the same thing... Yeah, so it looks like 1150. On the daily, I mean, I'd have to back that out a lot. But it looks like 1150. See how rail is doing. Is it still hanging around that 526 mark? Not really. Or even SGBX. I don't know what they do. It looks like it's a bio of some sort. Other metal container manufacturing, really? Okay, I guess they're not a bio. Construction services, so semi-infrastructure play, but SGBX, a lot of volume coming in. Showed up in my scanner, in my option scanner at 324. Another big winner. 324 to 346. Boy, this option scanner today. No, I know, I know now. Just seemed to have that similar name. Looked like it, or sounded like it could have been a bio. All right, guys, moment of truth for me on this EVGO. Paya or Paya, let's do the Latin pronunciation. Paya. Not the Latin, you know what I mean. Well, that was the high. I mean, it's amazing how that does work. I'm not saying it's going to stall there forever. So 1150 was that high we were talking about. It got up to what, 1125? Not bad. Guys, for you looking at Sava, okay, this may be an opportunity. I know some of you are watching Sava. I mentioned it here on the 90 break. It got down to 85. Now we've got the 90 break on the way up. All right, well, even CGC, bunch of downgrades this morning, but it is now above yesterday's high. CGC, and showing up on the option scanner. Since it's holding, it's your favorite one. That makes sense. All right, a little pop here out of my watch list for MGI. MGI 564, it's at 585 now. CBAT, guys, CBAT. So CBAT showed up early. Wow. I really have to pay more attention to my option scanner. Look at this. CBAT showed up right there. You can see the up arrow right here. The alert was 228, or sorry, 254. We're at 327 right now. Have I mentioned that this is my favorite scanner of all time? My unusually strong options. Is every single day, every single one a winner? Of course not. But as a watch list, you could do worse than just following that all day long. Go EVGO. Sorry, Zach. Sorry about the EVGO. I flipped the script on it. Okay. I know you're still hoping it gets down a lot further than it is right now, but I had to flip the script. I mean, these EV plays are just too strong. Wow. So much for a boring Monday morning. Just give me a moment. I'll be right back. This is making me want to keep the room open till about 10 o'clock tonight. What do you think, guys? Hey. Yeah, I'll order the pizza. Many extra toppings now with what's happened with me today. All right, let's take a look at CGC, Canopy. Wow. All right, I'm watching to see how well this holds over 13. If it holds well, I'm in. Don't ask me what that means, like holding well. For me, it means, well, I'll tell you. I mean, it's over 13 right now. And I want to see if it comes back to 13 at all, like it's trying. And if it takes this out around 1308 on some volume, that will get me really interested. Why? It's in my option scanner today. That doesn't have to be your plan, though. You know what? PPSI, I mean, I'm not in it right now, but boy, if it takes out 10 again, look how it's just teasing just underneath 10 right here. Little pullback. I think you know what? I think if it takes out that 1019, which is the high of the previous 5-minute candle, that could get it ripping again, especially if it happens on volume. It might not happen, but you know, if it takes that out on volume, imagine if we had a volume bar like this on the 5s. But as I was speaking, it was starting to drop. So I mean, but no harm in putting a price alert up in that area. All right, next, Volta, VLTA, coming in my scanner. 1260 is the next high looking left on the weekly. That is certainly far enough away. Pre-market high got up to 1168, so it could try to challenge that. Came in at the scanner, I'm talking about my option scanner, 1126. Another EV play. No rush. Again, here it is, 1126 at 204. There was the alert for VLTA. One of the many scanners I'm sharing. Okay, just put an alert up around that 1135 mark. If it takes that out, it's got some room. All right, CGC, are you going to hang in here now? Just wish I didn't have all those downgrades this morning. All right, Volta, are you going to do it? Big bounce for PPSI, guys. Big bounce. I mean, it got all the way down to sugar. You got all the way down to 930 something, and now it's popped right back up through my price alert of 1019. Holy Moses, look at this. Pick a hot sector and stay with it. I get the feel. Well, I'm just going to say I get the feeling that CGC is just not hot enough. I don't see that the cannabis sector. I mean, it's alive and kicking today, but I just can't get over the downgrades it had. CGC, why they picked on this particular one. You know, this PPSI, if it closes well, I mean, this is going to be one to watch after hours. Again, the next high looking left is 1150. What did it get to? Got up to 1125. But after that, I mean, we've got a high way over here. Well, it's the same one. After that, I'm not even sure where the next highs are. Yeah, I mean, you got to go back to 2018, 2015. Who cares? It takes out that 1150 somehow after hours. Wow. This has got lots and lots of room. Again, it doesn't matter what we think about the press release. It says that look at the float, 4 million. Look what it's traded, 235 million. Do some quick math. That's about 58.57 times the float. And meanwhile, Drive, kind of the ETF, I guess, for the just in trade. Well, 824,000. I guess that's not bad, but this is on the move too. All-time high, of course. So if you just want to, you know, have an EV ETF, never mind all the individual stocks. Here you go. This is DRIV. You're kidding, right, Eric? You know it's not Pepsi. I know you know it's not Pepsi. At least, or maybe you don't. PPSI is not Pepsi. Just in case you're not kidding, okay? Just in case you're not kidding. Yeah, okay. Well, you never know. I always have to treat every question as if, well, is this serious or not? Wow, BGFV, sporting goods. Ah, I didn't realize it had done that. So that was on Thursday. Got all the way up to 42.87. It was an earnings play. Then it pulled back quite a bit on Friday. I mean, that's a big drop, guys. I mean, 42 all the way down. I don't know how you held this one, PJ. I don't know where you bought it. Maybe you bought it on Friday then. There's no way you could have been up here and then allow it to get down there, I guess. I'm hoping anyway. There's even a battery and lithium. Why not? What's the volume like? Not bad. So you could have BAT, you could have Drive, and just hold those for a year and see where they are. Not telling you to do that. I shouldn't say that. Oh, today on a dip. Okay, okay. So I just again want to emphasize the use of our price alerts window. Okay, if you're not using it, I think you should be. Easy to do. Just click on New and then Price Alerts window. And if you've never used it before, of course, this will be blank. But it's such an easy way to keep track of things. So, for instance, say I wanted. This is another good one. I mean, I don't think this is a I don't know what they do. Hydrocarbon products, okay, so anyway, but here's CLMT. So let's just say I wanted to take this trade, or I want to know if it hits 1322. And I'll start from scratch. So I just go to right on the chart, put it exactly where I want. Now I can, of course, if I want to make a 1316, I can just type that in. I can put a note in if I want. I typically don't. And I'm going to bracket it. See, show you how that works. Notice I had minimized my price alerts window. So at this point, I don't have to be watching this anymore. I can just go to another. Okay, so this DCRC has been really active in my option scanner. It's a blank check, well, another SPAC. Come on. I picked one that's not going to move. All right, I just put some price alerts for PPSI. Okay. There he goes. Oh, well, there it goes. You see what happens. So I had that price alert for CLMT. I had my price alert window minimized. So I don't have to have it open. So it's not going to take up any screen space. I sort on the triggered time. So I'm going to see it right at the top. I can put a sound alert on it also. And there's the PPSI. I put some alerts. If I had had this window minimized, it would have popped up on my screen. So it's a great way to use the price alert so you don't have to keep staring at a chart or anything. So what happens is when I do get the price alert, I click on the symbol and then I check to see, okay, great, you gave me the price alert. Did you do it on volume? If you don't do it on volume, I won't take the trade. But I can start watching it again. Yeah, meanwhile, PETZ, P-E-T-Z, Z, just absolutely exploded again. Got halted at 529 and explodes to 589 now. This is not going to surprise me if it gets halted again. See how that works though, guys? Easy, easy, easy. And it just got halted again. PETZ just got halted again. Well, let's take a look. I mean, left, the next high in the monthly chart is way up here at almost $15, $14.50. If I back the weekly chart out, it's probably going to be the same. Yep. I don't remember what happened here, some craziness. Could have been a meme stock for the day. Can't really remember. So there's no resistance anywhere anytime soon. That doesn't mean it's going to get up here, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. Now I'm sure it's way above all sorts of Bollinger Bands and channels, etc. But sometimes it doesn't matter. This is not shortable for me anyway. There, see how the PPSI popped up on my screen on that price alert? Oh, look at that! I had a price alert at 34. Pops all the way up to 70. I'm telling you guys, if this takes out that high after hours, this could still be one of those crazy ones that keeps moving after hours. There it is. There's the test of 11th. So far, so good. And now there's that 1125 is up here. And then there's 1150 is right there. And this, jeez. I'm surprised it wasn't halted on that pop. Again, I don't know what the record is for float turnover since we've been tracking this sort of stuff for several months now, but it's got to be close. 61 times the float. Got to be close. Okay, so I had the pop, had the drop. Let's see if it gets back up there. It'd be very interesting after hours for this one, the PPSI. If it can get over 1150 again. CBAT wild? Okay, why not? Let's take a look at CBAT. Yeah, some bottoming tails also. Look at those bottoming tails on the 15. What does it mean? Buyers, sellers had it, knocked it down there. Buyers close it here. Sellers tried again. Buyers look like they're in control. And pets just got just resumed. It's fascinating. It's unbelievable the action at 1150, guys, with that high, with the PPSI. Time and sale is just going crazy. Meanwhile, something is ringing in my ear on the running down. VSAT. VSAT is running down. VSAT. Why is that happening? VSAT. Look at a little break here. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. What a game, guys. It's 11:50. And there it goes. So far, anyway, guys, there it goes so far. Oh my goodness. You gotta love it. Now, as I've said a million times, you've got to, if you're in this, you've got to trade it. I mean, look at that pullback all the way back down to 11:30. So from, I mean, this is frantic. Meanwhile, you know, it looks so boring comparatively speaking, but EVGO still looking pretty good. I know Zach is short around 14. You think a little choppy? Yeah. Not for the faint of heart. 64 times the float now. Whew. All right, guys, I'm just trying to catch my breath here on this. Here's another one showing up. Somebody mentioned it. BQ. William mentioned. Well, I got to get used to now William over here on the right-hand side. We're getting him a color. I knew I was opening the floodgates up by pointing those two as the ancillary mods to real. Remember, real is your boss. Okay, just don't forget that. Oh yeah, you are. Look at this TLIS, guys. TLIS. This has nothing to do with EV or anything like that. Nice little break here. Notice this one earlier. TLIS. What's the volume like? Pretty good volume. Almost 1 million shares. Relatively low float. 21 million in the float. Granted, FDA grants their EUA, emergency use authorization for this one. TLIS. Let's see if it has any sort of strength now. It got up to, in the pre-market, it got up to 659. There it goes, guys. TLIS. This is not a, actually, I didn't even realize it. It showed up my option scanner also. It's 624. Boy, there are some days, I mean, it's amazing. Some days, this little scanner here is incredible. I know I just flashed it. I better, well, it's 2:33. I was kidding about keeping the room open, of course, but let me just, for those of you who don't know, Okay, so I just put my homepage link in. So on my homepage, lots of information. Here's my tab, of course, available all day long. So if you click on the tab, that's the same link, of course. So when you click on the link, oops, this is what you'll see. So obviously a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right here. For Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And my recommendation is that what you would do is start off with a monthly plan, okay? You can always start off with a standard monthly, 118 less the 15%. If you don't like it, hey, just unsubscribe. That's it. But if you do like it enough that you want to upgrade to an annual, we'll honor the 15% promo code. But do not start off with an annual subscription if you don't know the programming. It doesn't make any sense to me why you would do that. Start off with a standard. Now, if you maintain standard, you'll pay this going forward, okay? That 15% discount is only good for the first month. And the big difference is the AI. And here are the 3 free sections. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I didn't do a stock of the day video today because I was out, so I didn't do it. Start it again tomorrow. And all of the education right here. Comprehensive user guide now. If I were you though, I would take a look at the 20 introductory lessons if you're just starting out. Just goes over all the basic features of Trade Ideas. Top list, alert windows, single stock window, introduction to the AI, nickname it Holly, and Brokerage Plus, okay? And then you want to really dive into it, you can always go into the user guide. Very comprehensive. We have it sectioned off like this, but we also have a full table of contents, which is searchable. And daily support in YouTube, 12 to 1 when I take a break. One of the other traders takes over. Daily webinars, we do have one today. We're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation this week. Next week it'll be Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics. If you're new to trading, please take a look at this. Starts off with what is a stock, and it's all free. Then of course, you have to be a subscriber, but here are my scans. Here's the sample layout. It's a little bit different now with these windows, but these windows I've got here, they're right here. The 10-day daily breakout and breakdown, they're right here. And here again is my favorite scanner, moving higher with unusually strong options. And these are the 4 I use in the pre-market, gap up, gap down, pre-market active is up and down. So a lot of scans that I'm sharing right here. So save my link, because again, these 2 sections have got a lot of information. You can't be expected to just take a look at this when the room's open. So save the link. You can take a look at this anytime you want then. Yeah, I don't know if it's done. I mean, if it hits 1150 again, takes out that high again, I'm out. But I still have my alert set at 1150, and see if it takes it out later on. Still have an hour and a half left for the normal market hours, and then of course we have the after hours. NEGG, yeah. I know you guys were talking about that as a potential short, and as you say, William, yes, a good thing it, as you say, ran out of shorts. See if there's any new. This is a crypto play. I can't remember anymore. I know what it says here, but I can't remember anymore. Or is it NFT play or crypto? It's not EV. It's not EV, and it's not cannabis. A little bit of a pop for Bed Bath & Beyond, BBBY. This guy was getting hammered in the pre-market. It was really drifting down in the pre-market. Now it's starting to move up again. I don't know if the memers have got a hold of this one today or not. It's good enough news for me. Simple. For what stock, Baba? If you're asking me where could NEG get halted, I don't know. We don't have that, if that's what you're asking me. All I know is I'm not in it. That's all I know about NEG right now, NEGG. Well, I don't know. I mean, that's what we have, okay? So when you ask that question, if that's what we have, that's all I can say. You can check other sources, of course. That's it. Well, no. Okay, we have 11 million. Okay, we have 11 million, not 365 million. So I don't know what to. If it had that many shares in the float, it would be hard for it to do what it did. Let me just check one other source, okay? Yeah, that's the outstanding shares and not the float. Even FinViz, I just checked FinViz, they've got 16 million. So, sometimes again with these smaller ones, it's really tough. You can go to 10 different websites. I know I say it all the time, but you can go to 10 different websites and probably get 10 different float numbers. So yeah, what you were looking at were the outstanding, not the float. Newbie to trading or newbie to trade ideas. If you're new to trading, I've got something for you. You're in an active room, of course. Okay, so first of all, have you taken a look at the courses? The 20 lessons. I'm talking to you, Keurig. Oh, well, if you've had trade ideas for a few months, do yourself a favor. Stop everything you're doing with trade ideas, okay? And I'm going to give you my homepage link. Okay, so there's my homepage link. So when you click on it, there is an education section right here, okay? First thing I do is just take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. It gives you the basics behind what are top lists, how to create them, alert windows, etc. You don't have, now this is a very comprehensive user guide. You don't have to learn everything, of course, but if you're ever wondering if we had something, you could always go into the user guide. It is searchable. Full table of contents, so this is searchable. But take a look at this first. Just the 20 introductory lessons. And now if you're new to trading, scroll all the way down to the bottom. Not quite all the way down to, yeah, all the way down to the bottom. Back to basics, okay? This is a free video series that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. And it starts off with what is a stock, okay? So if you're new to trading, I think this is really good for you to take a look at. So those, the introductory and new to trading, I would definitely take a look at those if you're new to trading and you're new to Trade Ideas. Okay, if you're not new to trading, then take a look at definitely the 20 introductory lessons. If you don't have Trade Ideas, I think this is a link you should take a look at then. For some reason, that link, you have to be a subscriber for the introductory lessons. But this one, notice it says 20 lessons for non-subs. It's exactly the same. I mean, we're a scanner, you know, so what you're seeing here, these are just scans that I put together. You know, we've got a lot of no programming language to use, but you know, here are all the types of alerts that we have, new highs, new lows, new high asks, etc. You don't have to learn them all, of course. And then these are the filters that we've got, some obvious ones, you know, volume today, price ranges, things like that. We have a lot of alerts, a lot of filters. You don't have to learn them all. We have a lot of them because, you know, we have all sorts of different, thousands of customers with different trading styles. So we've tried to create a lot of different alerts and filters. So the majority of you can combine them to give them the type of scan, to give you the type of scan you're looking for. Okay, that's why we have all of them. You don't have to learn. Probably you don't have to learn 99.9% of them. Okay, but they're here. But I'm also sharing a lot of scans. Okay, I am sharing a lot of scans. So if you don't want to build your own scans, you can take a look at mine. And also we have a toolbar here, or from our toolbar, if you click on new, I know you're not a subscriber, but in the dock channel bar, we have a lot of themed channels. So for instance, EV related, EVs are hot today, you know, so we have an EV related channel as an example. So you can always go to the different channels. Today's the hot sector. You can take a window that we created, a scan that we created. You can pop it out. Go to the next, here's a momentum channel. You know, the idea is that, you know, just go through the channels. You might see something that's interesting. You can, if you see a scan you like, it's what I call popping it out and saving it to the cloud. And then what you do is you can, everything that you may have extracted from the different channels that you think you might like to have as part of your layout, you just load them from the cloud. File, load from cloud. And if you save them to the cloud, you'll see them all up here. Just highlight, load, highlight, load. all I'm trying to show you is that you can create your own layout without having to know how to create a single scan from scratch. Yeah, if you want commission-free trading and you don't mind E-Trade, yeah, we connect. Brokerage Plus connects to E-Trade. So you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus. You can actually trade from within Trade Ideas, connecting to an E-Trade account. And it also connects to an Interactive Brokers account. So either one. Yeah, I know it's the API. So the fact that we had some issues with E-Trade, but I guess I think if you can still have some issues with E-Trade if you really want to trade in the first minute, okay? I think they get overwhelmed with orders. That's not just from the Brokerage Plus side, but if you're willing to wait a minute or two, I think everything is fine with E-Trade. You can use Trade Ideas without linking. This is just an option. The linking typically, before we had this window that we call Brokerage Plus, which allows you to trade from within Trade Ideas if you have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, okay? But if you don't have either one of those, that's fine. We're a scanner. That's in essence what we do. We do have what we call a linking tool, though, which all it is a time saver. So we connect with many brokers. And when I say connect, I'm talking about we can establish a link. And so it's a time saver so that when I click on VLTA, it'll load into your broker's platform. And there you trade it from within your broker's platform. You would trade it. So it's a time saver. If you're not clicking on a lot of alerts like I am all day long, you're only, a few, then it's not a big deal. You just type it in. But if you're like me and I'm clicking on a lot of different alerts all day long, the fact that it just automatically loads into the platform once I've established the link, it's great. Not mandatory, but believe me, if you're clicking on a lot of alerts all day long, it's just a nice time saver. This is just taking it one step further if you have an E-Trade or IB account. So does that make sense? So when you say, can I use Trade Ideas without linking? Of course. But if you can establish a link with your broker so that when you click on the alert, it just shows up in your broker's order entry, it's just a time saver. The old CCIV is doing its thing, LCID. And that was the biggest problem we had because we had people using E-Trade, okay, and Brokerage Plus. And, you know me, I don't trade in the first 15 minutes typically. And I would never auto trade anyway. But they had some strategy set up. And they just, because E-Trade gets so backed up on its own, the trades weren't executing. But if you're not trading in the first, minute or two, I guess it's fine. And pets halted again. PETZ halted again. Well, you might be right about the PPSI. I'm still have my alert set at 1150 to see if it pops back up again. The volume is completely decreased, or is decreasing. Yeah, the only one that does that, Keurig, and again, this is the AI, what we call our AI, and you have an entry price, you have a stop. How you're going to manage it will be up to you. That's the only one that, and again, I don't want you to give you the impression that all you have to do is take everything at an entry and, and then everything. I mean, some of them work, some of them don't. I use it like a watch list most of the time. What you see here, these are scans, okay? There are ideas. That's what it is. So for me, it doesn't mean because I get TSLX at 24.59, do I pile into the trade? Of course not. I have to have some trading experience, see how it's trading, see what did it pop on volume, things like that. So I would not say the only thing that in theory has any suggestion is the AI. And this doesn't, when you, if you, this is part of our premium service. If you load a trade ideas at 9 o'clock, say half an hour before the market opens, this window is blank, and then you just wait for it to fill up with the suggestions. Okay. But you can create your own scanner, to look at the things that you like to look at. I am a momentum trader, so I like to see things near the high or the low of the day. But that may not be exactly what you or other people want to do. A lot of people like to say would say, okay, I wouldn't mind taking this trade, TSLX, but only if it pulled back to say 24.38, as an example. So you can always practice in our simulator. Our simulator is our real-time data. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Okay, so it's using our real-time data. So in this particular case, let's just say I wanted to take it at 24.33. I can practice in our simulator. Our simulator is part of our standard service. Yeah, I just type 24.33 in both these boxes here. Click the buy button, and you'll see a line up here on the chart. So you can now, if you let it sit here, and it goes down to 24.33, it'll take the trade. So you can practice any style of trading you want, really. You put stops in, targets if you want, things like that. Not really news. I mean, it's just the price action. I mean, we do a lot of the stuff that is moving is stuff that we have already found in the pre-market. So I have a pre-market scanner that I use, 3 or 4 of them. And so, I open the room at 9 o'clock and we start discussing them between 9 and 9:30. PPSI was a classic one. And, did it have news? It had news. Well, I looked at the news. I always want, if something is moving in the pre-market, that tan area right there is the pre-market. So if something is moving in the pre-market, yeah, I'm always going to check to see if there is some news. But there were a lot of things that happened that really not necessarily did anything in the pre-market, but they're showing up in another scanner. GGPI. Oops. Is this this is one of the SPACs, right? Whoops. Oh, let's see. If you change, no. The question was if I create a channel on my channel bar with the strength alert windows customized to your liking. It's a good question. I'm not 100% sure. The reason being is that unless it's looking at the strength alerts, the current ones, Um, I mean, I guess it would because you know, if you've saved these windows here, and you know, obviously you've saved them, and the TI strength is checked. I guess it will. I guess I never really thought about that. I would make sure, you know, you do it. See what happens next week, and see if the new ones come in. Yeah, so everybody's trading style is different, correct? First of all, I personally never take a trade before earnings. I'm not going to hold through earnings. I never do that. So, but that's me. I will definitely take a trade if that's the news. Oh, I will absolutely take a trade the day of earnings. Most of the time, I mean, the earnings plays are the ones that release earnings the day before, after hours, and before the market opens. So those are the ones that are earnings plays for us. Okay, so once the market opens, sure, I'll take a, you know, once it's already been divulged, what the you'll see what the reaction is. So yes, I will. Well, you need a broker for anything. You know, you need a broker whether it's pre-market or. I mean, it doesn't matter. The broker doesn't care. I mean, you just have to. I mean, I can't speak for other brokers' platforms, but within Interactive Brokers, there's just a little check mark or something that says, you know, I'll take a pre-market trade, something like that. Well, I don't know, but yeah, every broker allows you to trade in the pre-market. Yeah, but there might be an option that you have to select. That's all. Well, that's okay. I don't do very much pre-market trading. Putz is moving or pets? Are you kidding, Dak? He's making me type this in. I'm sure that it's not that. Yeah, okay. Pets is moving. You too, Thomas. Well, no question. My option scanner went crazy today in terms of even the number of alerts. Probably too many, but you know, well, I can control it, but we'll see what happens tomorrow. This just went crazy today. Yeah, I'll give an opinion, but you know, that's all it is. But it's not just me occurring. There are a lot of people in the room which might give an opinion also. Okay, but I'm not. My opinion would never be this. Yeah, I like it. I think you should buy it. Okay, or no, I don't think you should buy it. My opinion. I am not a financial advisor. I've got to be very careful about what I say. But you know, if somebody said, "Well, what's your opinion of this stock?" I'll take a look at it. The opinion will never end. Therefore, okay. Well, guys, I'm just about done. I mean, I know it's 3:05, a little bit over. I usually shut the room at 3. I know I was kidding around saying I'd stay to 10, but yeah, see, that's exactly what I will not say. Do I see it? I have no idea. Okay? I mean, I'm not going to say yes, I do, or no, I don't. I mean, AMD has had a tremendous run. You know, a great day again. But if you're asking me, do I see it? I have no idea. No idea, okay? And I'm not trying to be, you know, to sort of slough you off on that. But that's the sort of thing that I mean, anything is possible. Basing beautifully up here. People are loving the new chip, me included. But that doesn't mean I have any insight as what it's going to do. Yeah, the purpose of the mods is not to shut down the room. Okay, it's really just to when I'm not here, is to make sure that there's nobody's coming in and spamming the room or worse. Okay, that's the only reason for the mods. You know, I mean, I'm trying to belittle what they do. Believe me. Now it's amazing that I can say they. Also, Chris is now. You want to head over to our YouTube room at 3:30. I'm going to put the link in. Chris will be there. He'll take you from 3:30 to 4:30. Okay. Whoops. Wrong link. Whew. Well, guys, what a day. This has been one of the more interesting days in a long time. It's not often we have about four sectors that are just on fire. Of course, EV led the way, but crypto at the beginning anyway. Of course, the overall infrastructure plays. And then we had cannabis. So we had four sectors to take a look at, but especially EV. There's no question that EV was the big sector of the day. Okay, everybody, I will shut the room down now. As I say, I popped the YouTube link in. So Chris will be there at 3:30. Let me get my script together. Okay, I don't see any other questions. I don't see any other questions. Okay. All right, everybody. Thanks for all the help. Sorry I had to a little longer break for me today. I had something personal to do. But I'll shut the room down now. I'll open it tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.